Hi, good morning to all.
Good morning to everyone.
Yes,
Good morning to all.
yeah, good morning.
Good morning. We'll start the class.
Good morning, madam.
Morning, madam.
Good morning. Good morning. I was wondering whether I'm here. That is what I checked my mic also. Good morning. We'll start the class. So last time we stopped with, and there was one student who asked about the problem. So I don't know whether he's there in the meeting now. We'll just look into the problem just 10 minutes before we close the class. That problem. So we'll just quickly, because we have only today's class, quickly we'll finish it. Uh, yeah, where did we stop? Cost. We are speaking about cost curves, and I'm just looking into your textbook only, whatever must be done. Fixed cost, variable cost, average cost, marginal cost. I think I gave you a, yeah, this was, just take this and I'll tell you. This is what we had. The fixed cost is always fixed. I think the graph is clear. Able to view the graph. The fixed cost is fixed, so only it's like this. And variable cost, we said it starts from zero. Variable cost, because only when someone joins, only you get some sort of income. So variable cost is starts from zero, and then what is total cost? Total cost will be parallel to variable cost, and it starts from, because it's the addition of fixed cost plus variable cost. So we have this one,
Ma'am,
and
your
this is the
volume is
graph.
very low, ma'am.
Volume is low for everyone. I checked my volume was fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What do I do? One sec, wait, we'll see. Here I cannot do anything. It will just speak and you let me know whether you are able to hear me again. Um Okay, we spoke about this fixed cost, variable cost last week. We stopped with this. It was fixed cost is a cost which is fixed and which does not change with the output, and variable cost varies with the output, and total cost is a summation of fixed cost and variable cost. And average fixed cost, average variable cost, and average total cost is per unit cost. That is fixed cost by output, variable cost by output, and average total cost by output. This is what we saw. And short run and long run, I think we spoke about it. Short run is nothing but we cannot tell, like exactly we cannot fix the period. This period is short run. It varies from one to another. In a sense, sometimes tomorrow will be a short run for me, or tomorrow can also be a long run for me, and today can be a short run for me. Or else your exam can be a long run for you, semester exam, and internals can be short run for you. So it depends. Short run and long run. Is it visible? Sorry, is it audible? Am I audible or it's very low again?
No, ma'am, it's audible, ma'am.
It's audible,
Okay,
man. It's audible.
Clear.
okay. Then we spoke about increasing return to scale, diminishing return to scale, and constant return to scale. Before that, I'll show you about both the laws, short run and long run curve, because you have to, if in case in the exam they ask you, you have to give the differentiation between short run and long run cost curve. Quickly, I'll give you. Someone kindly mute. I think someone's mic is.
Ma'am, your voice is a bit low right from the beginning.
My voice is
Low.
still, my voice is low
Yeah, it's not audible.
for everyone. For everyone, is it the same?
It's
No, ma'am.
okay for me, ma'am. Jaya, I think you need to reconnect.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Yeah, then we will. Then what are the determinants of cost? Determinants of cost. I'll check whether I'm having the PTD here. Yeah, short run and long run cost. See, many short run cost forms a long run cost. That is why I gave you an example like small test internals together, the summation of your internal marks will be there for your final semester. So many short run average cost curve will give you a long run curve. It is like a boat shaped curve. So sometimes they might ask you the difference between or relation between short run and long run curve. what is short run curve and long run curve, then you can say short run is a period which is very short, long run is very long also, you can say. Example, long run curve, we say it is in plan. Like I'm having a blueprint in front of me, I'm yet to do the construction. So that is called as a long run. But short run, I have started my plan, I've built it, the construction, and I've done the, what to say, the compound wall. Okay. And then I want to do some sort of alignment over there, or I want to do another small room inside. So in short run, one factor is fixed. In long run, all factors are variable because it's still in the plan. So there are 2 to 3 differentiation. I don't know whether I've written it here. Yeah. Short run, long run curve. I've given you an example over here. Differentiation. Okay. Differentiation is not here, but the differentiation is, first one is you have to give the definition of short run and long run. Another thing, short run period, one factor is fixed and one is variable. See, I've given the thing over here. The definition is here. And long run, all factors are variable. It can change. And then short run curve, you have a small like economy of scale, whatever we saw here, it will be like this only. This is short run curve, it will be something like this, and many short run curve forms the long run curve. So that you, and then you can do the drawing. So third one is to be the graph, so that you'll be given some marks. So don't leave, again I'm stressing, don't leave any question unanswered. Then we can speak about what are the factors that determine cost. You know, the output determines the cost, price determines the cost. Then what else? Size of the plant, productivity. Then then law of return to scale and law of returns is there. I think I spoke about this last week. It is increasing return to scale, diminishing return to scale, constant return to scale is there. And he said, when your input, whatever input you're giving, if the output is more than your input, it is increasing return to scale. I'm having input and output. You know, the transformation of input to output only is production. So if your input is 5 and my output is 10, so output is more than input. So this is increasing return to scale. And my input is 5 and my output is 4 or 3, it is diminishing return to scale. My input same as output, whatever output I'm getting is the same as input, means it is constant return to scale. So these three, these are for short answers, whatever I thought I'll tell you. And then we have done with what are the cost, determinants of cost, and we get something called as types of cost will be there. You kindly go through it. It's very simple. Implicit cost, which is implicit, and explicit cost, which is the factors contributing from outside. And opportunity cost, we saw sunk cost, historical cost, and sometimes they can ask you to write a note on cost. So whatever we saw, fixed cost, variable cost, average fixed cost, variable cost. Someone kindly, someone's mic is unmuted. Kindly mute your mic. Fixed cost, variable cost, all these you can write as the types of cost. And then cost determinant, cost, what is it? Forecasting. What is cost forecasting? Already we spoke about forecasting. Forecasting is nothing but we have the theory is the same. The theory is the same for both. Anything they ask you, write the same except for changing the name. Like try to do the same thing. It can be sales forecasting, cost forecasting, demand forecasting. Sometimes they can ask even if it is not given in the textbook, even if it's not in the syllabus, because these are inbuilt. So forecasting, already I said there are 2 types of forecasting. One is quantitative forecasting, or we can call it as statistical measure. Statistical measure. Another one is survey measure, or it is qualitative. Quantitative is one and qualitative one. TICAL, statistical measure, and this is survey measure. Under quantitative, you have some numbers over here. So there you have regression model and correlation model, or there are many models are there. You can write like this: AR model is there, MA model is there, ARIMA, a combination of both. ARIMA is there, and then you have trend model is there, and so many models. Arch, Garch, all these are quantitative models, which is used for forecasting, and qualitative models. What are the qualitatives you have? You collect the data with the help of questions. So it can be by through questionnaire, it can be through survey, it can be through judgment, it can be through telephonic interview, or you can get experts' opinion. All these are measures of qualitative. Okay. And yeah, this is what it is. And then we have something called as where are we? Cost is already I've given over here. And last week we spoke about Cobb-Douglas production function. It is exclusively given in our textbook. Just if in case they ask you, whatever is written over here, this is enough. And you need to write one more extra line, which I didn't write here. It is Cobb-Douglas production function assumes constant return to scale. This is CRS is constant return to scale, diminishing return to scale, increasing return to scale. Is the PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Are you saying we'll get all the things from here only?
Come again?
Means all the questions, so whatever we'll get in the exam, so most of the things will cover from here.
Yeah, it is in the textbook, right? Your textbook only is your only thing, and they won't move out of the syllabus. Syllabus will be there.
Talking about this screenshot, you said not to
PPT.
take this
This,
screenshot.
because I made it short. I made it crisp because this is, if you see your textbook, you might not. It's too much. No, the theory is too much. So in single line, I've given it over here. The same thing, whatever is in your textbook only will be in this PPT. But one line or two line definitions. That's all. Okay. And we have something called as yeah, we saw this. And sometimes they can ask you the relation between marginal cost and average cost. So you know, marginal cost is per 1 unit quantity you want to produce, what is the cost involved over there? On an average, what is the average cost? So these two they can ask you. And the drawing you can see, when marginal cost is less than average cost, marginal cost always has this diagram, like this shape. Because initially your costs, sometimes what happens is initially your cost will be less, and as your output increases, your cost might increase. That is why we speak about economy of scale. Economy of scale is a place where the industry has to operate within the economy of scale. If you go to this economy of scale, it is not it's not worth for it is not profitable. I think I gave you this example. Assuming that I'm getting more profit, I'm getting more orders for my particular company. What I'm doing is I'm making my workers to overwork. They are working for 2 to 3 or 4, even 5 hours extra, but I'm not ready to pay. So sometimes they might think we are working extra and there's no pay. This might lead to diseconomy of scale. The reason is they might go for a strike, or something else can happen internally. So the profit, whatever you're getting, it will be less when compared to when you're operating in this economy of scale place. So always when the cost is less, it's better. But you can see the other part, your cost will increase as the output increases, and it will definitely put down your your profit. And profit, in the sense, profit is not just profit. The next level of profit is wealth maximization. So that is very difficult to attain when you are operating in the other part, that is this economy of scale. And yeah, this was for sales forecasting. It just I compared everything together over here. But whatever I said right now, it is enough to write. But write sales forecasting. If it's for demand, it's demand forecasting. It's for cost forecasting. Well, that figure is more than enough. That flowchart is more than enough. And then there is you have something called as break-even point. Break-even point is it is neither what profit or loss. So it's in between. When we speak about perfect competition, it will be very clear over there. But if you want, you can take this. And in one time I saw this break-even. What is the safety margin they asked? I think it's given in your textbook in page number 75. The ratios will be given there. What is the break-even point? What happens? And this will be exactly seen in the profit, like when we speak about the profit and perfect competitive market. So risk and uncertainty, you know what is risk and what is uncertainty. And there are 3 types of investors over here. And different types of risk they'll be asking you. There are different types of economic risk is there. market risk will be there, business risk is there, and credit risk, liquidity risk, that reputation risk is there. Credit risk, if someone who borrowed money from you and they're not able to pay it back to you. If in case I'm going to speak about bank, means NPA. That is credit risk. And what is reputational risk? You have some reputation in the market, because my product is selling well. Sometimes for some reason I've lost it, and that comes to reputation risk is there. Liquidity risk, not enough cash in the hand. And you have currency risk, environmental risk is there, interest rate risk is there, because it affects mostly the bond prices. So, and most importantly, we have systematic risk and unsystematic risk. This is uncontrollable. Systematic risk is uncontrollable, in the sense we can say the risk which is like tsunami, which is not in our hands. Okay, it is not pertaining to a particular company, a particular industry. If you for everyone, irrespective of any company, affects by this risk is systematic risk. Earthquake, like flood, yesterday's like last week's flood, all these are systematic risk. Unsystematic is nothing but it is controllable, but it is specific to that particular organization. As I said, in my company, people are going for strike, and it is locked. In that case, my production is affected. So it is my company's risk, and it is pertaining to only my company, and it is controllable. I can do something to control it. So they different types of risk, have a note on it, and these two are mainly important types of risk. And you have something called as three types, as I said, three types. As I said, there are three types of investors. One is risk lover, another one is risk aversion, is risk averse. Look at the spelling, risk averse is there, and risk neutral. So who's a risk lover person is who loves to take risk. You love to take a bike and get on a full speed driving. Is a person who loves to take risk. It's like he's investing. I'm the per share is 40,000. I want to pay for it, and I'm buying the share because I feel return is more. So always in this diagram, when you speak about risk and uncertainty, try to see that you are drawing this graph. Okay, so here you can have the utility or satisfaction, and utilities here, and here it is a payoff. Your payoff, what is it? Your payoff will be, as the payoff increases, your utility will increase. So they will go, your curve will be like this. So your curve will go like this. Okay, because he loves to take risk. He's a risk lover. And second one is risk neutral, 50-50. I don't like to take risk. I'll be safe. I'll be like bonds and whichever is safe, I'll invest over there, and I'll get that much. In banks also I can invest, rather than taking risk and heavy returns. I feel this is enough for me. So this is 50-50. So they are risk neutral person. And don't forget, your x-axis has the payoff, your y-axis has the utility. Both will be equal for him. Okay, fine. I'm getting enough. That's all. I don't expect more. And there are one type of investors. This is natural. This is real. This is real world. People are like this, risk neutral. The risk neutral we saw now, and the other one is risk aversion. He's a risk averse person. He never likes to take risk. When I get out of the house, I'll fall down or something will happen to me. He's in that type. So better not to invest. I don't want to invest much. So the money is safe with me. It's with me itself. So he's a risk averse person. Where for him, how the graph will be? Any idea? Anyway, so as my yeah. Utility will be less only, no. So somewhat I'm not happy. I don't want to pay. So this is the utility and payoff. And next one is, we are quickly moving. I want to speak about revenue. I'll just go back, and because once I speak about revenue, then we can go to market structure. Revenue and what is expected in economics. You need to know something called as quickly we have to move. So we have something called as revenue. What is revenue? revenue, I don't know whether it's given. So in economics already I said profit is denoted like this pi. Profit is equal to revenue minus cost. So total revenue minus total cost. This is profit. It means your revenue must be greater than cost. If your revenue is less means it's loss. And total revenue is nothing but price into quantity demanded. So this is total revenue. As for now, just take a note of this. This is enough. We are speaking about revenue, and revenue is nothing, profit. Profit is nothing but profit is always given as pi. It is given as pi in economics. And this revenue is nothing but the amount of money which the firm receives by the sales of an output. When you sell the output, whatever revenue, whatever amount of money you're receiving, it's called as revenue. And total revenue is nothing but price into quantity demanded. Total revenue is the total amount of money that the firm receives by selling a product. Okay, and total cost is nothing but total cost. You know what is the cost? And marginal revenue, again I'm telling, MR is also over here. Marginal revenue concept is also here. It is marginal revenue is nothing but change in total revenue resulting from one unit increase in sales or additional unit of output. That is total revenue. Marginal revenue. Marginal revenue, already I said, it is total revenue at n minus total revenue at n minus 1. Again, I'm repeating this because n is nothing but, assuming, I'll just give a small example. My data set is 7, 9, 3, 2, 1. And this is, if in case this is t, and my t minus 1 will be, first one is not there. It's just a shift. So what is the previous one? No, it's not this. I'm just shifting it. 7, 9, 3, and 2. Okay. And what did I say? My t minus 1. Yeah, right. So anything for marginal revenue, marginal cost, marginal profit, anything, we have t at the time period t minus 1. It can be total revenue in this case. It can be total cost in this case. It can be total profit in this case. So here, the first one, it is like, it doesn't have a like past one, so it is 0. And the second one is, you have t minus 1, so it will be 9 minus 7. Here 3 minus 9, 2 minus 3, 1 minus 2. So remember, it is the current year we call it as t, and the previous year we call it as t minus 1. So this is enough about revenue. And then market. Market is nothing but, you know what is market? Market is called as a situation where large number of buyers and sellers come together to exchange goods and services. So that is simply a market. I'll draw it here itself. Why should I change? That is a market. And then in the market, we have importantly 2 things. So if you like for, market is here, there are 2 things exactly. One, we call it as a perfect competitive market, and the other one is imperfect market. Perfect competitive market, there's one type of market, and mainly we have 2 things. One, in market, we have the same price. With the same price, what is it? A seller is trying to sell. He doesn't have a control on price. This is one type of market, first type of market. Second, change in price. He is allowed to change his price and sell the commodity. That is second type of market. The first type of market we refer to perfect competitive market. And the second type of market is imperfect market. Under imperfect market, we have oligopoly. Duopoly is a different type of, is a special type of oligopoly market. And then we have a monopoly market. I think this is what is given in your textbook. And what is this perfect competitive market? Simply, I just give the important features of perfect competitive market. Perfect competitive market is nothing but, I'll show this and then I'll come back and let you know. So we started with the market. Perfect competitive market. There are these are the characteristics of perfect competitive market. There are large number of sellers, large number of buyers, and its feature is, but the buyers cannot, the sellers cannot influence the price. Because I'll give an example, assuming it is a rice market, okay? The rice, whatever we eat, it's 50 or 60 kgs. So there is a rice shop. Anywhere, the particular rice in that shop will be 50 or 60 rupees only. So rice market, they cannot, if he says, no, I want to sell the same rice. Understand the concept. It is not, I'm not speaking about different varieties of rice. The same rice, a particular type of rice is being sold for 60 rupees. That's cooking one. 60 rupees means it's 60 rupees in this shop or it is in the other shop. Don't think about the firm, the rice factory and all. I'm speaking about the shops. Another example also I can say, if in case in your house there's a lot of mangoes or drumstick is there this time, so what he's doing, he's trying to take those and sit outside and he can sell. The government will not interfere. Anywhere anyone can sell this. He cannot, whatever the price you're going to give is the price. You have to take the price because I'm the seller. No one can influence you. You cannot say that this is the price, you're going to give the price to them. And there's no barriers to enter. Anyone can start it. And it is a perfect substitute. They are identical product. So the rice shop or the mango, anything is identical, but they are small firm. So this is perfect competitive markets actually features. As I said, it's large number of buyers and sellers are there. They sell homogeneous goods. So this is a very, this is a key term which you have to have in your mind. So perfect competitive market. Perfect competitive market, we said large number of buyers and large number of sellers selling homogeneous product, homogeneous goods. And because they have a perfect knowledge, everyone has a perfect knowledge about your goods. And being a seller, I am a price taker. I cannot influence the price. That is very important because there are others who are selling in the market. You will be losing it if you increase your price. So I'll be a price taker. And here, you know, exactly the revenue curve over here. This is marginal revenue, this is price curve. Everything will be horizontal, perfectly elastic. Perfectly elastic curve, meaning the price remains the same. As you know, this is price and this is quantity demanded. Price remains the same for whatever quantity you demand. And here, the revenue curve is perfectly elastic. And this is also called as average revenue curve, marginal revenue curve, and demand curve. For perfect competitive market, all three will be same. So that is parallel to your x-axis. And then you have something called as the next market. I think, yeah, you can give an example of milk. Milk is also spoken over here. I'm not speaking about branded milk. It is someone from the society, they are giving the milk. So this can be a market of orange market, as I said, mango, anything can be there. And the second one is we are speaking about oligopoly market. This is actually a realistic market, and very few, there'll be very large firms, very few large firms, or very few big firms. I can give an example of car companies. I said a milk product like Arvind or Amul. They come under oligopoly market. Oligopoly market is a oligopoly market. This is a realistic market. And here I'll tell you what is the important demand curve over here. And you have large number of buyers over here and very few sellers. Understand the concept? Sellers are very few, but large number of buyers are over here. There is a special, special features is there in this particular market. That is, assuming I said there are very few sellers and large number of buyers in your area, because here the demand curve is unstable. So in this case, demand is, I'll draw the curve. What happens? There are large number, I said large number of sellers. Sorry, small sellers. Small sellers are there, but big firms. They are big firms. Assuming, for example, I'm telling this. In your city, there is one.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry for the interact, ma'am.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of monopoly and oligopoly, ma'am?
Monopoly didn't come. No, monopoly means only one seller is there. No one else is in the market. But oligopoly, we said few sellers are there. That is what I'm coming here with an example. Assuming this is your city, I don't know which is your city. In your city, few areas, the particular good is be sold. Okay. There are only few sellers over here. Okay, your city is a big city, so only in this outlet, the goods is being sold. EF. Don't imagine it's very in the next door or in the next street. It is, I said, in one area to another area. So actually traveling will be there. So what example I gave for oligopoly is car companies, milk, Arvin, Amul, and cell phone companies. All these, when you open the TV, the advertisement, most 80% of the advertisement, whatever comes, is for oligopoly. They spend only for advertisement. So kindly see the differentiation between perfect competition, oligopoly, monopoly. You can be asked, or monopolistic competition. There is something called as monopolistic competition also, that also can be asked. So when I give the example, just see whether you're able to understand. So what are we speaking? We are speaking about oligopoly market. Oligopoly market, as I said, very few sellers are there. They can influence the price, assuming there are only few outlets. Okay, I can say only 4 outlets are there in your city. Yours a very big city, 4 outlets is there. So you have to travel to this seller to get this. What will happen? This A, B, C, and D will speak, and they will keep the price to a particular range. They won't reduce the price. They'll say, we'll have the price here and we'll sell the product for them. Don't reduce the price, because all 4 of us, we collide. This is a collusive market. We come together, we speak, and then we say we fix the price. Price fixation happens over here. Particular features of this oligopolies: price fixation and price rigidity is there. REGIDITY. Rigidity is the price. Rigidity is there. Price is not stable. We 4 of us, we fix the price and we are trying to sell. So suddenly what happens? One particular seller, what he thinks is, he will say, why can't we reduce price to 2 to 3 rupees? He will come down to reduce the price. When he knows the price is reduced, immediately what the sellers, the buyers are doing, they go and they try to get more from it, from this particular seller. So this case, what happens? Immediately he captures the market. When the other sellers comes to know about this, B, C, D, they know about this, they are also forced to reduce the price. See, this is the demand, and what happens? The demand is going like this, and the particular seller, what did he do? There was a small twist in the price. So immediately he's selling more. He got more profit at that particular point. He'll be getting more profit. And then when others see this, they have to follow him and they'll be getting into that price only. Or because they'll be losing the market. The one who has reduced the price is getting the market now. So this is called as this particular market has something called as kinked demand curve, KINKED. In objective type questions also, if you're writing UGC in it, you'll be asked this. What is this kinked demand curve? Which type of market you will be getting this? If you can find it in oligopoly market. Kinked is nothing but, it's simple English, a small twist, a small change. So your demand curve is not stable here. You don't have a particular demand curve here. The reason is, it is rigidity is there, price rigidity is there, demand is not stable. It moves for some places and then there is a small change and again it moves. We don't know whether it follows the same thing or it comes down also. So there's no, we cannot draw a particular demand curve for this oligopoly market. Then we have something called as, any doubt in here? Here I said there are a large number of buyers are there. Always buyers are large, sellers are very few here. And because the decision maker, I'm the decision maker. So I can fix the price. Who am I? I'm the seller. And there's a high barriers to enter, because I said very large firms are here. Immediately you cannot enter. But what happened to perfect competitive market? Here it's free, no barriers to enter. I think I've given those points in PPT. I'll show you that again. And here it's very large barriers to enter, high barriers to enter, and high advertisement expenditure will be here. What did I say? I said 80% of advertisement is done only by this oligopoly market. Whenever you open your any system, or you can see the advertisement comes for cell phone, milk, like that, byproducts, those things, car also. So all these are real time oligopoly. This is a real market, oligopoly market. And final point I said is indeterminate demand curve. Demand curve cannot be fixed in this market. Okay. And the next one is monopoly market. What is this monopoly? We are speaking about imperfect market. Market was 2 types. One was perfect competitive market, imperfect market. Perfect competitive we have done because we are selling a homogeneous product, and there are many number of buyers, many number of sellers. So many buyers are there for me. So I cannot be they cannot influence me. Like, I am a price taker. Whatever price they are giving, they are asking, I have to give it. Assuming you're in the same street, people are selling tender coconut. Okay, so the first person and the second person, they cannot. The distance will not be very less. So if you're not giving for 20 rupees, the next street guy is giving for 20 rupees. I'm going there, so I'll be the loser. So that is perfect competitive market. Imperfect market, now we are seeing, we spoke about oligopoly market, and then what did we say? We have a special type of oligopoly market is duopoly market. What is duo? Duo means two. Do it. Only two people will be there. Okay. Remember, duo means two. So two people means only two sellers are there. It is a particular type of oligopoly market. Sometimes it will be given in some textbooks. I don't know whether it's given in your textbook about oligopoly market, about duopoly market. But if in case you have been asked, duopoly means two sellers, only two sellers, many buyers. The features are same. So in your area, you're the seller, you're a big seller, and in my area, I'm a big seller. So only two sellers, but the rest of the things will be the same. Here they have to work together. A and B have to work together. They will be fixing the price and they'll be selling it. And the next one will be, what did we speak about? Monopoly market. What is monopoly and monopolistic competition is there? Monopoly and monopolistic competition. We have an in imperfect market, monopoly and monopolistic competition. Sometimes you'll be asked, okay, differentiation between monopoly and monopolistic competition, monopoly and perfect competition, all these will be asked. What is this monopoly competition? Monopoly is nothing but you are a single seller. No one, you cannot influence anyone. Whatever might be the price, people should come and buy because you are the only one selling. No close substitute for you. The product, the commodity, whatever you sell, you are the king of your product. And there is a huge barrier. No one can enter as they feel. Normally, the example given over here is railways, diamond. And the key features will be a single seller. There's no close substitute here. And there's no one can enter. And then one more thing I had here. And here in monopoly market, you have the AR curve and MA curve will be, this is, what did we say? This is a price and this is a quantity demanded. And here, AR curve is like this. And MR curve, this is AR curve. Average revenue curve is nothing but demand curve. In perfect competition itself, we saw perfect competition, we saw this is parallel to your x-axis and this is average revenue curve. And this is also marginal revenue curve, and this is also demand curve for perfect competitive market because it's elastic. Here it is average revenue is equal to demand curve normally, and then half of the average revenue curve will be having a marginal revenue curve. And then it's fully restricted. As I know, you have a perfect knowledge. Here, why I'm telling here is the change in price for monopoly, it's a change in price will always be greater than change in quantity demanded, because whatever price I'm selling, people will be there to buy it. Sometimes I can even low because I know this is my demand curve. Whatever, this is my demand curve. So this is the way I can fix the price. People who can buy it at this cost will buy it. So slowly it comes down, and people who are buying at this cost will come down to this, because the first time, what to say, all my products will be sold. We'll speak about price discrimination in this case. Then you'll be able to see the difference. So this is what we saw. What did we see here? Monopolistic. I didn't speak. Yeah, this is that.
Can you give an example of monopoly market?
Monopoly market only. I said no. We railways they say, and also that particular diamond, because no one can just like that go and open a diamond market. Monopoly railways is central government, so we cannot just like that go and do. It is authorized person, and also no one, the high barriers to enter. You won't be having any other substitute for it. This is for monopoly market. And
got it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And again, I'm telling you will be asked the differentiation between perfect competition and monopoly. Monopoly means single seller. Perfect competition, many buyer, many seller. In monopoly also many buyers are there, but only single seller. And here AR is equal to MR is equal to what is in perfect competition? D, demand curve. But always here, in this case, as I drew, just three differentiation you remember. That is also enough. If in case you're asking for the exam, and you can draw the diagram also. In monopoly, what did I say? In monopoly market, marginal revenue will be less than average revenue. Average revenue is nothing but demand curve. There, in perfect competition market, we had marginal revenue is equal to average revenue is equal to demand curve. This becomes as one differentiation. And then high barriers to enter here. There's no barrier to enter there. Okay, just 4 to 5 key points alone you remember. That is enough. You can write it. Then you have something called as monopolistic competition. What is this monopolistic competition? Monopolistic competition is by the name itself, you can understand it is a combination of monopoly and perfect competition. Plus perfect competition firm. It is a combination of this. It refers to the market situation where there are a large number of sellers. But it is, what is it? It's close substitute. What did I say in perfect competitive market? It is homogeneous good, selling homogeneous good. Because there are many substitutes. Here, what are this? There are close substitute because the product are similar. The product are similar, but not identical. I can give an example of what is this? Jewelry shops. Okay, we can see many jewelry shops in the street. The same street, 2 or 3 is there. What happens over there? You go to the first shop, only after entering the shop, you know what type of incentive they are giving. But there is a small differentiation between this design and the next shop design. The price I'm not speaking here. Sometimes they give incentives, extra they give, 50% rupees off, or they give a small coin. This happens. So monopolistic competition, P-O-L-I-S-T-I-C, monopolistic competition. You can give an example of shampoo. Any shampoo. Sunsilk, you can be Clinic Plus, anything. That is monopolistic competition. Toothpaste. All these are example for monopolistic competition. As I said, it's large number of firms are there, large buyers are there, large sellers are also there. But the product are differentiated for product. Product is not same. Small difference is there from here to there. And it is, I can say the barriers to enter is not much over here also when compared to other places. And what happened to the cost? Cost is you're fixing it. Sometimes you give some, you don't know, some sort of surprise you'll be getting here. In this case, in monopolistic competition, where is the curve? In monopolistic competition, you can have the curve like this. It is P, and this is Q. And this is your monopolistic competition curve. What is this? A small change in price will influence the demand to a larger extent. So if I say, yes, the 50 rupees per gram, I'm reducing, it means the demand will be more. But what will I know? When I enter the shop only, I'll know that. Sometimes it comes even in the advertisement. Okay. So these are the different types of market. Don't forget, demand curve is like this. It's flat in case of monopolistic competition. It's perfectly elastic in case of perfect competition. In case of monopoly, it is steep. You can draw the graph. You can write the few points if in case you're being asked for it. And then you have something called as price discrimination. What is discrimination? Discrimination, you know, it's a very simple English meaning. There is some sort of discrimination between 1 and 2, or this person and this person. So that is discrimination. What is this price discrimination? Very simply, change in price. The same commodity, the same dal, tur dal, you're going to buy, you're going to get a different price in cost price shop, a different price in the shop, which is the street walas selling, and different price in the market you're getting, and different price you're getting in the mall or Nilgiris. In that places, if you go, you're being the same commodity only. It's been charged different prices. An example I can give: flight. The same flight you go land up here. The destination point is the same, but you have different stages there. Even in the bus, students are given some bus passes or the reduction in prices. The elderly people train also. You have senior citizen. All these are first degree, second degree, third degree price discrimination we give here. So every consumers, we have the first degree price discrimination. I'll show you the graph and I'll come over here. So this is what you have done. We have done this. Look into the graph. And then price discrimination, as I said, this is price discrimination. Same product. For the different customers, you're giving different prices. First degree, second degree, third degree is there. First degree is charging the price. Every consumers are charged the price they are willing to pay. I'm willing to pay, so I'm paying it. So this is a first degree price discrimination. Second degree, you're selling the excess capacity at a lower price. Stadium, in the theater, hotel empty rooms in the off season and on season. So selling excess capacity at lower price. And the third one only we spoke, like it's a market segmentation is over here. It can be depending upon the age group. So for students you have, then for senior citizen you have, for women they said no, like charging no cost for in the bus. So this comes under third degree price discrimination. Okay. And quickly we are going, because today is the last class. Kindly there'll be a chart which compares various market structure. It will be there in all the if in case you're having your textbook also, it will be there. Kindly see to it. And that chart, if you remember also, it's enough for you to write the difference between price perfect competitive market, monopolistic competitive market, oligopoly market, and monopoly market. Okay. Then we are speaking about we were entering into macroeconomics. Macroeconomics already I said macro means something. We are speaking about why macroeconomics means it measures the health of the economy, because it fixes the problem, it frames the policies. What is the role of government here? We are planning. Social welfare is there. So many things are over here. In national income, this is the first thing I think so. What is the national income? GDP is what? Your gross domestic product. Gross domestic product. What is this? The income which it's the income in terms of market value. Like whatever it measures the health of an economy, it's a national income. It measures the value of output, the value of money which is flowing as output from goods and services. It can be within the economy, so within the economy over a period of time. And it measures, as I said, economic growth. If we speak about economic growth, if you're doing any sort of analysis in that, we take it in GDP as a proxy for economic growth. The factors which determine the national income are these factors which is given over here. And national income, we have three types of different measures of national income is there. One in terms of income, another one in terms of expenditure. In expenditure approach is there, income approach is there, and an output approach is there. Income approach I've given over here. You see the income which has been earned from the employee or from by doing a business in an economy itself. Expenditure approach is the expenditure by the government, foreign, individual, anything. That is expenditure approach. And output approach is output from the firms or organization. So these are the three measures which is used for measuring the national income. And the objective of the government will be economic stability must be there, price stability must be there. What is it? Full employment, promoting exports must be there. And a certain amount of import we have to reduce it, and to achieve the balancing your economic growth, fiscal policy, monetary policy, all these are very important measures of objective of economic policies. The first line itself is objective of economic policies. These key points, if you write, that is enough. These are the measures which is used, which we can say as objective of economic policies. And only the key points I've written over here. So quickly we'll do this. And here in this, I've given about the different types of unemployment. You know what is unemployment and what is the cause of unemployment in India. There are different types of unemployment over there. Unemployment, business cycle, then what is the other one? Inflation. All these are expected questions. So you know about unemployment, few types of unemployment, what's the reason of unemployment, that is enough. You can write about it. You know what is full employment, what is underemployment, what is seasonal unemployment. Certain things alone you can remember. Season means on season you will get it. The painters, off season they don't have work. And something is called as frictional unemployment. In between jobs I'm unemployed. I'm free in between. That time we call it as frictional unemployment. And there is something called as voluntary unemployment is there. There is another type of unemployment. Whatever job I'm getting, I'm working. I know my potential is more, but you're working because you're forced to work that. That is a type of unemployment. So there are different types of unemployment. 4 to 5 you remember, and you can write it. And this is remember about the case study. Sometimes they can ask about the current situation and ask you about the case study. So business cycle, you know, there are 4 important phases of business cycle. Like these are the 4 important phases. You have a recovery period, prosperity, recession, and depression period. You know what happens in recession period, and depression is more like it takes you down. And then there definitely you will come up. It is a recovery. Your business is recovering. This happened in the corona time. Business recovered, and now it is in a boom period. We are in the peak. So always every business, not only in the business, even in life, we face these type of 4 situations will be there. You can put yourself in each and every situation and see. And then inflation, you know, one line in inflation, change in price level. That is inflation. Just one line definition. Remember the definition. Unemployment, inflation. Again, my thing is, do not leave any question unanswered, especially your case studies. Okay, so different types of inflations are there. What is deflation? Demand pull inflation, cost push inflation. Because of cost, because of your what cost, the resource prices or the raw material prices, your cost is being pushed. And then demand pull, because there are demand increase in what is the aggregate demand. When it comes to macroeconomics, you have aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Aggregate demand is summation of individual demand. Individual demand, you know, you and I have a demand for at home, but entire economy has a demand for particular orange or particular when you speak about macroeconomics, I said, but employment, demand for employment, aggregate. In my house, one boy is unemployed. So that is my micro problem. In the entire economy, how many people are unemployed? So that becomes macro. That is aggregate demand. So you have summation of individual demand is aggregate demand. In macroeconomics, remember, we have aggregate demand and aggregate supply. Quickly I'll go, and I want to do that problem also. Fiscal and monetary policy speaks about the money changes, and this one speaks about taxation, government taxation, government policies. Okay. And changes in the government, in the bank, interest rate, money supply, all these are monetary policies. And LPG, you know what is this? Liberalization, privatization, globalization. 1990, when Narasimha Rao's period, Dr. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister, this LPG was introduced, and you know it was a drastic, really it was a very big thing which happened at that particular point. It increased the took economy to a next level. So this kindly go through this liberalization, privatization, globalization. And you know what is FDI? You a company, Coca-Cola, okay, what did they thought? People not traveling over there, we'll go to that place, we'll settle in this developing economy. We are giving the same product whatever we give in a home country. But what happens? Advantages I'm getting, they are coming over here, I'm getting it from my hometown itself. The cost, the tax they are paying to the government, but the pollution is there, taking the resources is there, but I'm getting my product, the taxes being paid for the government. All these are important. And then kindly have a look at the budget highlights. Okay, this is general question because it's an economic paper. They can ask you about budget highlights of current year 23-24. Have a look at it. If you want, you can take a screenshot of this. And then quickly I'll see the problem, because I don't know whether the person who asked for the problem last class is in the meeting. I'm giving the problem. I think he asked about the demand problem in page number. Can anyone kindly? Yeah, page number 39. Page number 39. Quickly, 2 minutes, I'll finish the problem. Kindly hold with me. Yeah, this is a 5-year plan. If in case they ask you, just go through the 5-year plan. And I gave the sample case study. Already I spoke about the salt, needle, those things I've given it. If you want to take a quick screenshot of this, it came in the previous exam. So have you taken a screenshot of this? Can I change it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, ma'am. Ma'am.
Fast. Only 1 minute I have. I'll do with the problem. Page number 39. Take the page number.
Also, ma'am,
Yeah.
can
Page.
you please share this PPT if possible so that it will be helpful?
Seriously, I'm telling. If they ask, definitely I'm going to share it. But it must be good through the proper channel, right? I'm here to take class, and if ma'am, it's there with me. That is what I'll ask ma'am also. I spoke to ma'am the other day also. But if today the classes are over, no, probably if based on your request they can ask and I'll share it. Okay.
Yeah, all other lecturers have shared
Also,
it.
they are not sharing the video, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you say which ma'am are you talking to so we can request from her? Because we don't know who to contact from our side.
Okay, I'll tell Nivedita ma'am. I think so. Ma'am is in charge of this. Okay.
Until last, they shared all the class in YouTube, ma'am, so that it's not a big issue for us. From this week, they didn't share that too also.
Probably there must be some internet problem, right? I will definitely speak to ma'am. Quickly, I'm doing only 1 minute or 2 minutes. I'm having page number 39. One person asked, okay, a company has a following demand. Can you see the screen? It was 1,000. Is the screen visible?
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Quickly,
Yes,
I'll do
ma'am.
it. 1,000 minus what is it given? 3,000p. This is what you asked the question. I don't know whether that soul is here in the group. For
Yes,
him, I'm
ma'am.
doing this. Thank you. See, this is what it's given in the question. Okay. So the first part of the question says, assume that P is equal to 3. What is it? P is equal to 3 and A is equal to
2,000.
Yeah, 2,000. Good. A is equal to 2,000. Just plug the value. That's it. The first part I'm doing. So first part I'm doing, you're plugging the value equal to, what is it? I'm writing the equation 1,000.
Ma'am, it's 1,000, not 10,000.
Okay. I'm writing 1,000. I'm sorry. I'm writing, doing here properly. 1,000 minus, within parentheses, I'm writing here 3,000 into, what is my P value given? First case, it's given as P is equal to 3.
3.
Okay, 3 close parenthesis and then plus 10
Into 2,000.
into 2,000. Close the parenthesis again into 2,000. I'm again opening another parenthesis and I'm closing it. Close. Enter. Okay, I got this value. Have the value. Case 2. What was case 2? Case 2, they said what happened if the price is 2.50, right? Correct, no?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm putting
Yes,
the
ma'am.
same function down. I'm just making a small change here. Already I wrote the price as 3 here. I'm changing the price to 2.50. I didn't do anything. I just changed the price. What happened? Is it beneficial or not? What is the question? Is it beneficial? A drop in the price. It is increasing your quantity demanded, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it is beneficial. Case 3. What does the case 3 say? Case 3 said, my price is 4. I'm just dragging the same function here, changing the price to 4. And what is the next part of the question? It said, the advertisement expenditure by 100 rupees, increasing advertisement expenditure by 100 rupees. Already my advertisement expenditure was 2,000 rupees. Now it will be 2,100. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
If in case it's
Yes, ma'am. Right, ma'am.
2,100, see what happens. Oh, sorry, I changed the same equation. I should change here. I'm bringing it down. I'm bringing this down and I'm changing here.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, we are left out only with the answers. If the entire problem is visible, we would be very, it would be very useful for us.
I'm doing it in the formula, but okay, I'll take you to the whiteboard.
Yes,
And
ma'am, it's taking time for us to write down. Even we are not able to note it down, the entire process.
Yes. I will now go to the whiteboard and write the equation. Okay. So see, third case, it becomes 10,000 rupees. Are you getting it? So the equation was, quickly I'm doing it. Is the board visible? 1,000 minus
Visible.
Yes.
3,000 into, what is the case 1? 3000 into P. What is my P? P was
3.
rupees plus 10 into A was rupees 2000. What is the answer I got here? I got 12,000 rupees. Just directly I'm plugging in. I didn't do anything extra. I plugged the value and giving it. Case 2. What happens if my price falls to 2.50? Same demand function, 1000 minus 3000 into 2.50 plus 10 into 2000. Here I got the value to be 13,500. That is what I got now. So what is the question? Is it beneficial? Yes, it is beneficial. It increased the demand in this case. And case 3. Case 3, they said we are working in page number 39, the second B problem. Case 3 was the price is raised to rupees 4. So what I'm doing? 3,000 into 4 plus say 10 into, if my advertisement expenditure increases by 100 rupees. So it is already it was 2000. Already it was 2000. Now it is 2100, right? Am I right?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
no?
Yes, ma'am.
So now it is 10,000 rupees. So what happens? It is not beneficial. Do you say that? On seeing this, my demand, all these are quantity demanded. If my demand is more, obviously my profit will be more, right? I'm increasing the price, by demand is falling. You think yourself. I'm given the answer. You logically think which is beneficial or not. Okay? Is it okay? Have everyone taken a note of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All the best. Do your exams well. Do not leave any question unanswered. Kindly look into have a note of it. Okay. Think of the definition and please write the definition. For all the exams, the same pattern only. Don't leave any questions unanswered. Okay.
Thank
All
you,
the best.
ma'am. Could we have your phone number?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Last one
Thank you,
doubt.
ma'am.
Yeah. Tell me first. I have another.
That last equation you mentioned, no, that
Yeah.
1000
Thank you,
minus
ma'am.
3000.
Yeah.
Like that. Will they give that equation, or else we have to
The,
find that?
the 39, page number 39, the equation is
Yeah,
given.
yeah. I can able to see that, ma'am. That equation. Will they give, or
No,
like?
they see, they won't torture you. They'll be giving you direct questions only. Don't think. Elasticity they'll be giving. Understand the what to say, the have that formula with you and then plug in the values in elasticity. That's all. They'll
Okay.
be giving you everything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam,
Yeah.
one thing, could we have your phone number or email if we have to reach out?
Seriously, I don't know whether I'm supposed to share it with you because it's recorded. I don't know. Don't put me in an embarrassing situation. Seriously, I don't know. I'll ask ma'am. If it comes through ma'am means I'm fine. Okay.
Yeah, the other lecture actually they have shared, so that's why we are asking. We're not. So it becomes easy, right? Because at least the PPTs or any doubt, right? Because the internals also not done. Email would be good, at least if you can put your email, right? So.
Okay. Okay. I don't know whether I'm able to type. I'm not able to type here. If I'm not able to type here, it is T. See, where's my name? T, no? So T, from the name itself, I'm giving T.
Yeah.
SUNDARI. T for Tripura, right? T SUNDARI 30 at gmail.com.
T dot Sundari.
Not dot. Just T Sundari. No dot.
T Sundari.
T Sundari 30
Okay.
at Gmail. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah, all the very best. Do your exams well. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye, bye, ma'am. Bye, bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Gay, ma'am.
Hello, students.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We are going to discuss again business law. Okay. Shall we continue? Shall we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Are you able to see PPT? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir.
Sir.
Okay,
Sir.
yes, sir.
Sir.
Now it's came, sir.
No screen.
Now it's visible, sir. Oh, okay.
Visible?
No, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Not now.
Yes or no?
No, sir.
No, sir. No,
No,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, it was loading for a second, then it's gone.
Now?
No, sir. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now it's visible, sir.
You can see now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, last class what we were discussing? Anyone remember? Regarding company law we were discussing, isn't it? What was the
Company
last
Law
topic?
2013.
What is that?
Company Law 2013.
2030. Okay. No, the last, what was the point we were discussing last? In the end,
Lifting of corporate wheels, sir. I think so.
formation of a company, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, formation of a company. What is that? For that, you need to have promoter and you. Just a second.
Incorporation, promoter,
Promotion,
and I think initiation of the
commencement
business,
of
right?
Commencement of business.
Yeah, for the promotion, there has to be someone who has to promote the company, and they have to contact with the external like contractor, and they will collect all the materials, or they will arrange for the preparation, advertisement, circulation of prospectus. Uh, just a minute. Hello, hello, students.
We are all here, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
PPT is there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think there is little bit. Just a second. Just a second. Yeah, there was the first was the promotion. There has to be promoters. What promoters do? They will make the arrangement for the advertisement, circulation of prospectus, and other necessary arrangement for arranging the capital. So they will do. They will promote. Promoter should not make any profit secretly on the expense of the company. The promoter, they should not take any advantage from the company. Promoters to make full disclosure of all material facts relating to the formation of a company. This is the promotion. Then incorporation or registration, that is called as registration. Yesterday somebody was asking whether incorporation is registration. It is all the same. Registration is the foremost ability to fulfill the form of any type of company under the Companies Act. No company can come to existence without the formation, without formally registered under this act. Incorporation of a company is a procedure full of documentary compliances. Now we will see what are the documentary compliances. Company is to be incorporated by registering certain documents. What are the documents? Right now we'll see. Unless until these formalities are duly complied with, a company does not have legal recognition or existence of its own. So they have to submit some of the documents, and it has to be registered under the Company Act. Lastly, the third point is commencement of business. A company not having the share capital can commence its business immediately. The company who does not have any share capital, who are not asking share capital from the public, they can start immediately. After getting the certificate incorporation, they can start their business. But a company limited by share capital can commence its operation or exercise borrowing power unless it has complied with capital subscription requirement. Whatever the requirement they have mentioned in the Memorandum of Association, in that they have to wait till the capital is being arranged. Then only they can start the company. If any default is made in the company with the requirement of this section, the company shall be liable to a penalty. What is the penalty? 5,000 rupees. It may extend up to 5,000 rupees, and every officer who is in default shall be punishable with fine, which may extend up to 1,000 rupees per day. It will be per day. Every day it will be 1,000 rupees, during which the default has been occurred. So this is regarding the formation of a company. Now let us see what is the document. The first one is Memorandum of Association. What is the Memorandum of Association? It is the fundamental document of the company for registration. It is, you can say, can the constitution of the company. So like Constitution of India, it is mentioned everything. Similarly, for the company, it is a constitution. So in that, everything it is has to be mentioned. The Memorandum of Association of a company, it's a charter which contains the fundamental condition upon which along with the company can be incorporated. The fundamental conditions are to be mentioned in the Memorandum of Memorandum of Association. It is a document of great importance in relation to the proposed company. This is the document which is the fundamental document, and this is very important, which has to be kept in the registrar's office. Anybody, any person who is having some kind of relationship with the company, or they have invested something, they can go always to the register of the company, check the document also. So it is a fundamental document of great importance in relation to the proposed company. This is the primary document of the company, and sometimes called the charter or constitution of the company. This is the primary document, and which is mandatory. Without that, you cannot register your company. And sometimes this document is called as charter or constitution of the company. Anything is done beyond the power, that will be ultra vires of the company, and so void. So whatever you have mentioned in Memorandum of Association, the objectives of the company, we'll see what are the contents. There are the objectives of the company. If you go beyond that, then it will be called as ultra vires. Whoever make contract on that point, it will be void contract. So nothing will be valid, which is called the ultra vires. So we'll be discussing about doctrine of ultra vires. Sometimes short question comes, what do you understand by doctrine of ultra vires? Next is, it enables shareholders, creditors, and all those who deal with the company to know what its power and what is the range of its activities. So shareholder will be able to know what is the power of the company, what is the range of the company, what company is going to do, what is the objective, everything it will be come to known to the shareholders. So shareholders it will be transparent to the shareholders, so that from that document they can be able to know what is the role of the company. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need your response also. Okay. So what is in sometimes question comes, what do you understand by Memorandum of Association? What are the contents in the Memorandum of Association? If long question comes, all the contents you have to mention. So now you understood what is Memorandum of Association. It is a fundamental document. It is a constitution of the company. It is a charter of the company is mentioned here. It is very important document through which the members can come to know about the company's function. So what are the contents? Or sometimes the question being asked, what are the different clauses in Memorandum of Association? What are the various clauses? So the first clause is name clause, which is mentioned in 13(1)(a). You need not to write the section because it will be difficult for you to remember. So just write the name clause. What is the name clause? The last word in the name of the company, if limited by shares or guarantee, is limited. You need to write the limited. If it is limited by share or limited by guarantee, then at the end of the name of the company, it has to be limited. Sarma and Company Limited, so and so Company Limited. It has to be mentioned limited. unless the company is registered under section 25 as an association not for profit. That is for non-profit like NGOs and all, that is coming under section 25. For that case, it will be different. Otherwise, in normal case, you need to write limited at the end of the name of the company. So that is the one clause, that is called as name clause. The second is the clause is the registered office clause. Again, 13(1)(b), what it says, this clause states that name of the state in which the registered office of the company will be situated. You need to mention in that memorandum of association under registration registered clause, you need to write which state your company is located. You need to mention in which the registered office of the company will be situated. Where your registered office of the company is situated, you have to mention the state, name of the state. Every company must have registered office which establishes its domicile, and it is also the address at which company's statutory book must be normally be kept, and to which notices and all other communication can be sent. It is the office, registered office, where the fundamental document is to be kept, so that anybody wants, they can see that. And address of the company also, address of the registered office also, it has to be mentioned, and in at which company statutory book must normally be kept. Statutory book, this statutory document, what are the memorandum of association, article of association, this will be kept in the statutory book, so that anyone who wants to refer it, they can go through. Normally be kept, and to which notices. In this office, any notices is to be given, in this register office is to be given, and any other communication to be sent through this address only, it has to be communicated. So name of first one is name clause, second one is register clause. Register clause in the sense the registered office, what is the office is situated in which state, and address of the office is to be mentioned, so that anything to be communicated, any notice to be sent or anything to be communicated is to be through that address they can reach. And their statutory document has to be kept, so that anyone who, the shareholder who wants to know about the company concern, they can go and refer it. So the third clause is object clause. This is very important. Of course, all the clauses are important, but object clause is very important in the point of making contract with the company. Because beyond the object, if you deal with the company with anyone, that will be ultra vires or out of preview, and that will be void. That activity will be illegal or void. The objects, this object clause, the object clause defines the objects of the company. What is the objective of the company? What for the company is formed? What is the role of the company? What it is going to do? What is the function? What it is going to operate? And indicate the sphere of its activities. It will indicate the what are the ranges of activities it's going to do. So that has to be mentioned. What is the function of the company, role of the company, and what are the things they are going to do. Suppose road construction. If it is road construction, you have to make the road. If it is bridge construction, under that you have to write road and bridges construction also. If it is electrification, you need to mention in the object clause the electrification also. If this is not mentioned in the object clause, and if you are doing, suppose electrification is not mentioned in the object clause, and you are doing taking the contract for electrification of the road, then it will be called as ultra vires, which is beyond the company's capacity, because it is not mentioned in your object clause. So that will be called as ultra vires, and it is null and void. A company cannot do anything beyond or outside its objects, and any act done beyond them will be ultra vires and void. Okay. The company which they have mentioned in object clause, suppose they have written in the company's object clause, memorandum of association, that construction of road, our company will be taking building the roads, bridges, and electrification or something else, whatever they have mentioned. If they are doing as per the clause, that is fine. If something which is not under the clause or object clause, that will be called as ultra vires, and that will be void. The external contractor which is contracting with the company, that will be also void, and cannot be ratified even by the assent of the whole body of shareholders. It cannot be ratified. Even all the shareholders, they vote for that, yes, it can be done. but it cannot be ratified because it has not been registered under the Companies Act. So it will be null and void. Last clause is the liability clause. This is 13.2. This clause states that nature of liability of the member. What are the liability of the member? Like limited liability, unlimited liability, limited with guarantee, limited with particular shares. So this is called liability clause, where the liability of the members will be mentioned. In case of a company with limited liability, it must state that liability of members is limited, whether it is made by shares or by a guarantee. You need to mention in the object clause. Is it clear? This is the one of the important question. Generally, it comes in the examination. What do you understand by memorandum of association, and what are the different clauses in memorandum of association? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Now we'll see the doctrine of ultravirus. As we said that whatever mentioned in the object clause, beyond that, if you are doing, that is called as ultravirus and void. What is doctrine of ultravirus? The company's activities are confined strictly to the object mentioned in its memorandum. Whatever you have mentioned in the memorandum under the object clause, you have to stick on that one. You have to stick to that, so that you will not go beyond that. And if they go beyond these objects, then such acts will be ultravirus. If they do beyond that act, I gave you example. Suppose road construction, bridge construction, there electrification is not mentioned in the object clause, and you are taking the contract of electrification also, then electrification is the ultravirus, and that will be void. That contract will be called a void contract, and it cannot be ratified by all the members. If they vote for that one also, it will be it can be mentioned in the object clause. It cannot be, because it has not been registered. The object of dealing such acts as ultravirus is to protect the interest of the shareholders and others who deal with the company. What is the objective of this doctrine of ultravirus? So that to protect the interest of shareholders, you cannot do anything of your own. Whatever it is mentioned in the memorandum of association, your shareholder also knows that this is the range of work a company has to do. If you are doing beyond that, then it will be something fraud or something, you can something to evade tax or something you can do. So in that case, shareholder will be in darkness. So to protect the interest of the shareholders and others who deal with the other stakeholders who deal with the company, for protecting their interest, this doctrine of ultravirus has been included. So what are the things you see? Ultravirus the directors. If directors do something beyond their power, that is not void. But beyond objects, if you are doing, that is void. Ultravirus, the article of association, not void. Ultravirus of article of association, we'll be discussing article of association, not now. It will not be void because it is internal document. We'll discuss later. Ultravirus, the memorandum of association, company, void. Memorandum of association, whatever you have mentioned object, that will be void. These two directors, if they do something beyond their power, for that there is another clause, but it will not be void. Similarly, article of association, anything you are changing, that will not be void. That will come under different clause. So only ultravirus, the memorandum of association, company is void. If you are doing anything beyond that, it will be void. What are the effects of ultravirus?
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
So here director also can go beyond their powers as mentioned in the rule book or something, right? So like, I'm just wondering why it is not void, because they can also be penalized.
They can be penalized. There are the other clauses are there for them. This is not coming under ultravirus. What I am talking now, it is ultravirus. Just to not to be in confusion, so we have mentioned here ultravirus director. For that, different action to be taken. They can be removed or they can be given notice. That is not coming under ultravirus. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Similarly, article of association, it is an internal document. You can do something that will not come under the article of association. These are the two fundamental documents. So article of association, if it is doing something wrong, then misrepresentation, that is other clause, it will come under the misrepresentation of the fact. Action will be taken, that will coming under another clause. But under the doctrine of ultra vires, this article of association will not come. Director, if they go beyond their power, that will not come under this clause, that will come under other clause. They can be taken into action, that is different. Is it clear?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Third is ultra vires memorandum. But what we are talking about memorandum of association, if you go beyond the object clause of the memorandum of association, it will be void. So what were the effect if it is the void, or if you have ultra vires, what were the injunction against the company? You can sue the against the company. The affected party, they can sue the company. Personal liability of directors to the company. Here it is the personally directors are personally liable. Why they have done such activities? So personal liability of directors to the company, personal liability of the director to third party. Here director will be responsible to the third party. Third party can sue him also, can take action against him for the ultra vires. Contract are void. Ultra vires, if anything ultra vires, it is void. Okay, these are the effects of ultra vires. Here you see personality of director has been included here, but as you say, the doctrine of ultra vires, that is not ultra vires. They will be liable, they will be penalized, but under different clause, but they will be held responsible for it.
Because at the time of registration, that there are some names are given in order to form a company. That's why that I think director is liable when ultra virus is in effect to the company.
Yes, because the director who is responsible for this, that he can be taken into action due to their activity. Ultra virus has been done, isn't it? Director has taken the responsibility that yes, we can construct the bridge. Whereas there is a very famous case. I don't want to discuss now. It will take long time. There's a British case, because our most of the part of the Company Act, and that is coming under the Contract Act, not here company. Contractor, they have in that memorandum of association, their object is not mentioned the construction of bridge. Wherever they have taken the construction of bridge, and finally court has declared that it is ultra vires. So I don't have citation right now, and you don't need to cite also. So just for your understanding, so it will be only. But director will be responsible because their activities, due to their act, it has been become ultra vires. Okay. Is it clear?
Clear, sir.
Yeah. Next, we are going to discuss about the article of association. These are the two fundamental documents: memorandum of association and article of association. You have understood what is memorandum of association and what are the clauses in that one, and what are the what is ultra vires, and what are the effect of ultra vires, and what are the penalty also. Isn't it? We have discussed. Now let us see what is article of association. The article of association of a company, its bylaws or regulations which govern by the management and internal affairs and the conduct of its business. In this article of association, all the bylaws, regulations which is governing the company's management, it will be mentioned, and it is the internal affair of the company and conduct for the conducting of business. Okay. This is the internal document which will be mentioned all the bylaws, rules and regulations, directors, appointment of directors, then shareholders, all this regarding that, meetings, everything, it will be mentioned in this article of association, which is necessity for the running of the company's management. They define the duties, rights, powers and authorities of the shareholders and the directors. This document that will define the powers of the shareholders, powers of the director, their rights, their duties, all that is mentioned in the article of association in their respective capabilities, and the company and the mode and form in which business of the company is to be carried out. Everything, what is the mode of the company, which your business which run, all this it will be mentioned in the company. That means internally whatever you need to have the rules and regulation, powers, duties, everything to manage the company, all the bylaws will be mentioned in this article of association. The article of a company usually deal with the following matter. What are those? The business of the company, how the business will run, and what is the function of the company, how the business will be done. Everything it will be mentioned in the article of association. The amount of capital issued and the classes of shares and the increase or reduction of share regarding shares, capital, everything it will be mentioned in the article of association. The rights of each class shareholders and the procedures of variation of the rights of each class shareholder, that will be mentioned. Execution or adoption will go little quickly because we'll not be able to complete this chapter otherwise. Later on, you can go to your home and in detail you can read in your study material. The execution of adoption or preliminary agreement, if any allotment of share, calls and forfeit shares or non-payment of calls, anything, all the laws, rules, regulation, it is mentioned. If somebody is not paying, what is to be done, or any agreement with some of the third parties, that will be mentioned in the here. The allotment of shares, call, forfeiture, non-payment of call, then transfer and transmission of share, etc. Will be mentioned in this document. Company's lien on share. What is the company's legal sorry legal provision for the allotting share, exercise borrowing powers, including issue or debenture, general meetings, notices, quorum of the meeting, proxy, poll, voting resolution, minutes, everything it will be mentioned in the this article of association. Then number, appointment of powers of director, dividends, interim final, general results, accounts and audit, keeping of books of both statutory and others. These are all mentioned in the article of association. Here also there is a doctrine called a doctrine of indoor management. Doctrine of ultra vires come under the Memorandum of Association, and doctrine of indoor management comes under the article of association. What is the doctrine of indoor management? Sometimes this is also short question may come. What do you understand by doctrine of indoor management? And for internal exam also you have to go through that one. Some question may come, short question, multiple choice question will be given. What do you understand by internal indoor management? Coming under MOU, coming under article of association, coming under companies bylaw, like this question will be asked. So the doctrine of indoor management allows all those who deal with the company to assume that the provision of the articles have been observed by the officer of the company. Those who are related to company, linked with the company, like shareholder. It allows the doctrine of indoor management. What it does, it allows all those who deal with the company to assume that provision of the articles have been observed by the officer of the company. The shareholders or other party or creditor, they understood that whatever it is being done in the company, it is observed as per the rules of the company, as it is mentioned in the article of association. Because they are the people, they are not coming to the company, but they understand that whatever you are doing, business you are doing, activities you are doing, it is as per the rules and regulation. If you are doing something wrong, then you will be held responsible. Director is doing something wrong, director will be held responsible for it. So exception of doctrine management. What are the exception? This may be the short question or MCQ question. The doctrine, what are the exception to the doctrine of indoor management? The doctrine of indoor management is subjected to the following exception. What are those? Knowledge of irregularity. If you are having knowledge of irregularity and you are not disclosing it, no knowledge of articles, you don't have any knowledge of articles, what is it mentioned in the article of association, the rule cannot be invoked in favor of person who did not consult the memorandum of articles and does not rely on them. You cannot say that I have not seen the article of association, so it is being mistake has been committed. It cannot be. Void or illegal transaction. The rule does not apply to transactions which are void. Already you know that it is void. So still you are doing. For the forgery, for example, you are doing forgery. Negligence. If an officer of a company does something which would not ordinarily be within his power, the person dealing with him must make proper inquiries and satisfy himself as to officer's authority. If he fails to make inquiries, then he cannot rely on the rule. He has to first inquire that whether the negligence has been committed. Then only this will be implicated. Doctrine does not apply where a question is in regard to very existence of agency. So if since beginning it is illegal or fraud, then there will be it will not be applied. These are the circumstances where doctrine of indoor management will not be applicable. Okay, these are the two documents. It is clear now. So now we'll be discussing what are the distinction between public and private company. Okay, this is also one of the question. Normal, generally it comes. What are the distinction between public and private company? Now let us see. We have divided into 3 columns here. Basics. What are the statement? Public company and private company. In case of minimum number of members, public company required 7 members. Private company required 2 members. Minimum 7, maximum 2. Maximum members. In case of public company, it is unlimited. In case of private company, not more than 200 members. Maximum 200 members. Issues of prospectus can issue in public company, can issue for public share, but private company cannot issue for prospectus or public share. Commencement of business. After getting the certificate of commencement, they have to, public company, when they get certificate of commencement, then only they can start the business. But in case of private company, after getting certificate of incorporation, when they get the certificate of incorporation, private company immediately go for the business, because they don't go for the asking share from the public. Whereas public company, you need to take share from the public until unless the capital is being arranged, the certificate of commencement will not be given. Hence, you cannot start the company. So, public company, we have to wait till the certificate of commencement is being given. But in case of private company, immediately after getting the incorporation certificate, they can go for. So, additional word, in case of public company, you have to write limited company. But in case of private company, you have to write private limited at the end of the name of the company. Transferability of the share. In case of public company, it is freely transferable. But in case of private company, no transferability of share. In case of public company, statutory meeting and report. In case of public company, to be submitted to the register of the company. Statutory meeting, this is the first meeting of the company. That's the first and foremost meeting of the company, which is to be submitted to the register of the company. In case of private company, need not to convene meeting. The statutory meeting need not to be convened. They can convene or they cannot. But in case of public company, it is mandatory that statutory meeting, the initial meeting has to be conducted and the report has to be submitted to the register of the company. Number of director, public company 3, private company 2. Written consent of the director, required to give written consent, act as director. When they are acting as a director in public company, they have to give in writing that to register of the company that I am acting as the director. But in case of private company, it is not required. Appointment of director, separate resolution required for each director. For each director, separate resolution is required. But in case of private company, 2 or more can be single resolution. 2 and more director can be appointed in one resolution. But in case of public company, for each director, there has to be separate resolution. These are the difference between public company and private company. Next, we are coming to the share and share capital. What is share and share capital? In section 284, it defines a share. A share is a share capital of a company and it includes stock. What is stock? Number of when share fully paid share capitals are there, that will be called as stock. A share signifies the following. What are those? The interest of a shareholders in the company, the right to receive dividend, attend meeting.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Fully paid share means?
Fully paid share means when you buy a share, suppose partly you have paid for 100 share, initially you have paid some amount of rupee. Again, second call you have to pay. When the full amount of the, suppose 100 share, each share cost 50 rupee, 50 into 100, so 5,000 rupee. If you fully you have paid, then your liability is over. So that will be like this. Many of the share went to, together, kept together, that will be called as stock. If it is not fully paid, that cannot be come into stock. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. What is the shareholder signifies when they are the shareholder? The interest of the shareholder then comes the right to receive dividend, attend meeting, vote at the meeting, and share in the surplus asset of the company, if any, in the event of the company being wound up. When company is wound up, means company is closed. That time, whatever the leftover properties there, shareholder, they can initially there will be a debenture holder, a creditor, they will be paid. If then shareholder has to be divided, and if anything is still left over, they can share among themselves. The liability of the shareholders in the company to pay calls on share until fully paid up. So their liability is till they fully pay the amount of the share. If they are supposed to pay 5 lakh rupee for complete share, if they have paid 2 lakh rupee, they have to second call or further call, they have to pay 3 lakh. Then only their liability will be over. So they have to pay until fully paid up. The right of the shareholder to transfer the share subject to the article of association. What are the right of the shareholder? Whatever it is mentioned in the article of association, as per that only it will regulate. So that is the bylaws is mentioned in the article of association. As per that only you need to decide. Binding covenants and the part of the company as well as the shareholder as given in the article of a company. Article of association, whatever mentioned, they have to govern as per that one. Thus, a share of a company in the hands of shareholder signifies a bundle of rights and obligations. A share is not a negotiable instrument. As we discussed earlier, the negotiable instrument. Share is not a negotiable instrument. Okay. Next, stock. The term stock may be defined as the aggregate of fully paid up share. As I told you, the fully paid up shares of a member merged into one fund of equal value. Equal value. Each share is costing 10 rupee, 100 share, so 1000 rupee. That is fully paid up. That is one share certificate. Like this, many share certificate comes together, it becomes the stock. So finally, you can see stock exchange, how it is named. The stock is expressed in terms of money and not as so money share. Stock can be divided into fraction of any of amount, and such fractions may be transferred like shares. Stocks can be make into fraction because stock is fully paid up shares, different shares. So it can be fractions. Now we'll see what are the difference between share and stock. This is also short question. Make a difference between share and stock. What is share? And in case of share, share has a nominal value because it is one share value is 10 rupee, 100 share 1000 rupee. Nominal value is 10 for each share. A stock has no nominal value. Stock has no nominal value because it is different kinds of share, paid up shares are together. So there is no nominal value because some share is Britannia company share, somebody the Reliance share, someone other shares in a stock. So there is no nominal value.
So, sir, this is not clear because if you go to stock exchange and you buy any stocks, that has a value, right? So, what it
Yes.
means, no value?
See, share has a nominal value that each share has got 10 rupee or 15 rupee or 50 rupee, whatever is mentioned. As per that, it is to be fully paid up. Then only it will become the stock. If it is not fully paid up, it is a share only. And share has got nominal value. 10 rupee means 100 rupee till you pay the 1000 rupee, it will not be fully paid up. So, but in case of stock, you cannot say one share is 10 rupee, another share is 50 rupee, another share is 200 rupee. Which one you will say the nominal value? Each of the share has got nominal value, but stock has no nominal value because it is a acquisition of number of shares, a different company. Is it clear?
Yeah, but if you compare for just one company, then it's the same thing, no? The share
Yeah,
and
one company it will be same, nominal value is there for one share, but stock is not one company's share. Could you get me?
Okay, so in
It
case
is
of share, so in case of share, it should be one company, and in case of stock, there will be multiple companies, right?
multiple companies shares, fully paid up shares.
sure,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah. A share has a distinct number which distinguishes from the shares. Of, as I told you, suppose 100 shares, 10 rupee. Value is 10 rupee for each share. 100 shares are there. They distinguish it from the other shares. How it will distinguish? Because this company share is 100. Another company share is 200. Another company share is 50. So value is also different. So it distinguishes it from other shares. The value, the nominal value, the number, it distinguishes. A stock bears no such numbers because stock is aggregation of all these shares. So you cannot say a particular company number you can say, but altogether you cannot say there is a particular number. Share can be issued originally to the public, but a company cannot make an original issue of stock. Stock can be issued by existing company by converting it to fully paid up share. When it is fully paid up here, then it will be converted to a stock. A share may either be fully paid up or partly paid up. Here, share either fully paid up or partly paid up, but a stock can never be partly paid up. It is always fully paid up. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
A share cannot be transferred in the fraction. It is transferred as a whole because 100 number of share, 1000 is there. One share certificate is 1000. So it cannot be fraction. A stock may be transferred in any fraction because Reliance company share this much, this company share this much, so it can be fraction. All these shares are of equal denomination. All the shares, one share is 10 rupee means all the 100 share of 10 rupee each. Stock may be of different because stocks, one company is Reliance is different, Britannia is different, Raymond is different. So it will be different value.
So mutual fund is a stock, sir.
Mutual fund, if it is a fully paid up, then it can be. But I am not sure that. Okay.
Okay.
Because if it is partly paid up, because time to time after 6 months or 1 year, partly you have to pay until unless if you because you are giving the installment wise. At the end, it will be completed. How can it be fully paid up? So in that case, it will be it cannot be. Now debenture, according to section 230, debenture includes a debenture, stock, bonds, or any other instrument of a company, evidence of a debt, whether constituting a change on the asset of the company or not. Characteristic for a debenture is issued by a company and is usually in the form of a certificate, which is an acknowledgement indebtedness. What is debenture? You are giving credit to the company. Company is taking borrowing from you, money from you. So debenture issued by a company and usually in the form of a certificate. Debenture certificate they will issue, they will acknowledge that we will pay the debt to you. Could you understand what is the difference between share and debenture?
Yes. Sir,
Yeah.
come again, please.
Debenture, sorry, debenture is a credit. It is a debt. Company has taken credit from you. It is a debt to the company. So company has to pay you back. But in case of share, if share value goes up, you can get better benefit. If it goes down, you have to bear with that loss. But in case of debenture, it is not so. You have to pay whatever the certificate company has given to you, debenture certificate. As per that, it has to pay, and then dividend. In addition to that, dividend has to be paid. It is a loan to the company. Okay. It is issued under the company seal. Debenture certificate is issued under the company seal. It is one of a series issued to a number of lenders. There are different series of debentures, so it is issued to the different people to different number. It is usually specifies a particular period of date as the date of repayment. They will mention in debenture certificate after 2 years we will pay back your amount. So it has to be mentioned, but here it is not so. in general, creates a charge on the undertaking of the company or some parts of its property. It generally creates a charge on the undertaking of the company. Company has taken the charge that this is the debt has to be paid. A debenture holder does not have any right to vote in the company. Like shareholder, they have the right to vote in the company meeting, but in case of debenture holder, they don't have such right.
So this is
Clear?
applicable for the investors only?
Sorry? Yeah, investors. Next class is your, I think, what is your next class? I think that is,
We don't have timetable, sir.
you have
We,
class, no next class. Child tech,
we don't know, sir.
Yes, sir. We have 12 to 1.
Punita madam's class is there. I'll request her to give me 10, 15 minutes more so that we'll complete this one. Because today is the last class, isn't it?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'll request her. 10 minutes, further 10 minutes, please give me so that I will end up the chapter. Okay? Just 1 minute, I will ask her to give me 10 minutes.
Is there any WhatsApp group for this distance education MBA? May I know, please?
More than 1,000 messages.
Excuse me, if anyone is listening, is there any WhatsApp group for this?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll continue. Okay, 10 minutes I have asked. So next is company meeting. This is also one of the important questions. What do you understand by company meeting? What are the different kinds of meeting? It comes in the examination point of view. Briefly, quickly, I will complete it. Just a minute. PPT. Company meeting. A meeting may be generally defined as a gathering or assembly gathering together of a number of persons for transaction of a lawful business. So meeting is a generally gathering of the members of the company getting together for transacting any lawful business. There must be at least 2 persons to constitute a meeting. In certain exceptional case, even 1 person may constitute a valid meeting. The company meeting must be governed and held in perfect compliance with the applicable provision of the Companies Act. It has to be under the Companies Act. Now, different kinds of meeting. Okay. So different kinds of meeting. Hello, Swati, please can you mute your system because there is some disturbance. If you want to speak in between, you can speak, ask any question, but kindly don't disturb others. Kinds of meeting. Company meeting may be classified as shareholders meeting. Under shareholders meeting, there are annual general meeting, which is called as AGM, annual general meeting. Once in a year, it has to be conducted. Extraordinary general meeting, EGM. So, in case of any extraordinary situation, you can conduct the meeting. Class meeting, class different shareholders meeting, you can conduct under the class meeting. Similarly, the other meeting is board meeting, meeting of the committee of the board, meeting of the debenture holders, meeting of the creditors, meeting of the contributors in winding up. So these are the different kind of details. You can go through the book, and these are the different question may come. What is company meeting? What do you understand by company meeting? And what are the different kinds of meeting? So every meeting you have to explain, and if it is a long question, otherwise short question means you need to write these 5-6 types of meetings. Now the duties of the director. The duties of director may be divided under 2 heads: statutory duties and general duties. What is the statutory duties? To file return of allotment. He has to directors to file the return of allotment. To disclose interest. He has to disclose his own interest in the company. To disclose receipt from transfer of property, he has to disclose the receipt, what are the transfer of property receipt he has. He has to disclose to the shareholders and other members. To disclose compensation from the transfer of share, duty to attend board meeting, to convene annual general meeting. It is the duties of the director to convene annual general meeting, to prepare and place financial statement at the AGM, to authenticate annual financial statement, to appoint first auditor of the company, to appoint cost auditor of the company, to make declaration solvency in case of voluntarily winding up of the company. These are the duties. What are the general duties? Statutory general duty of good faith. Whatever he is doing on the good faith, duty of care, he has the responsibility and duty to take care of the property of the company, duty not to delegate his power to other any person. So these are the liabilities of director. The liability of director of company may be considered under the following heads: liability to the company, which is ultra virus; liability to the third parties; liability to the breach of statutory duties; liability for acts of co-directors; criminal liability. These are the liabilities of the directors. Winding of a company. Winding of a company is the process whereby its life ended. When the company's life ended and the property administered for the benefit of the creditors and members. Property has to be distributed among the creditor and the shareholder. An administrator called a liquidator is appointed and the takes control of the company. It will be by the government. The liquidator, if it is a central government company, central government will be, if it is state government will appoint liquidator. Is appointed and the takes control of the company. Winding of a company is the process by which the management of a company affair taken out of its director. At the end of the winding up, the company will have no asset or no liability. When it is completely end up, there will not be any asset or liabilities. What are the different modes of winding up? Company may be wound up in any one of the following two ways: by the tribunal making a wind up order, that is compulsory winding up. So this is the case when tribunal gives the order to wind up, because they have received the communication that members of the company come. In case of public company, below 7 members; in case of private company, below 1 member, or some fraud or something like that. So in that case, tribunal may give order to wind up the company. Another one is by passing of an appropriate resolution for voluntarily winding up a general meeting of members. If all the members of the company, they agreed to wind up the company, end up the company, in that case also, so winding up a company is possible. And now the last unit, the Factory Act. So we'll be discussing licensing, how if you want to take the license of the factory, licensing, registration of the factory, health safety, welfare measures. And this is in this unit, what is factory, what are the process of getting license question. Another one is what are the safety and welfare clause. Any one clause, one measure, definitely it will come in your examination. So please go through in detail. I'll be briefly shortly will discuss. Then so objective, what are the objective of the company? Objective of the Factory Act. The objective of the Factory Act 1948 is to improve health, welfare and safety of workmen, to improve the condition of the workmen, because who are working in the factory, they might be having certain issues, welfare issues, health issues, safety issues. So to improve the condition of the health, welfare and safety of the workmen who are working in the factory. For that, this is the Factory Act is enacted. To regulate by imposing restriction as to the hours of working, to rest for provisional. So some of the companies, they are working very long hours, which is harmful for the workmen. So to regulate by imposing a restriction, there is a restriction that more than 20 hours, it should not be allowed. So restriction as to hours of work, including rest in between, there has to be rest time is to be provided for availing, and also for availing leave provision is being made in under this Factory Act. To make stringent provision as regards employment of women, young persons and duration of their work. Where women workers are working, certain additional provision like press facility and restroom facility, everything, it has to be provided separately for the women and taking care of young person who are working in the factory. The meaning of the term of factory. What do you mean by understand by factory? If question comes, what do you understand by the meaning factory? Factory means, sorry. Factory means any premises, including the precinct, therefore, where the 10 or more workers are working or were working on any day of the preceding 12 months, and in any part of which a manufacturing process is being carried out on with the aid of power is ordinarily carried out. That is called factory. What is factory? Where 10 or more workers, 10 workers and more than 10 workers are working or were working previously on any day of the preceding before 12 months, they are working, and in any part of which a manufacturing process is going on. So what is that? Manufacturing process is going on, being carried out on with the aid of power. Some power is there with the aid of power. If 10 or more people are working or were working in any day in the preceding 12 months, and where manufacturing process is going on, is called as factory. Another one where 20 or more workers are working or were working on any day of the preceding 12 months, and any part of which a manufacturing process is being carried out without the aid of power. Here, without the aid of power, 20 or more. With the aid of power, 10 or more. Here, without the aid of power, 20 or more people are ordinary, so carried out. It's called factory. So, what is the mode of licensing and registration of a factory? The state government may make rules regarding the submission of plans and approval, licensing and registration of the factory. State government will make an arrangement for the provision for licensing of the factory. The site chosen to locate the factory must have the previous permission writing of the site government of chief inspector of the factory. The site where you are going to start the factory, that place has to be, the site has to be previously permission has to be taken from the chief inspector of the factory for the starting your factory. The permission has to be taken. Such permission will be granted to applicant unless he had duly complied with the direction of the government. He has to comply all the rules and regulations of the direction of the government, like application fee or registration fee or application to be submitted. All this they have to be given. Permission of the site, everything has to be mentioned. Every application must be duly accompanied with a certificate of plan showing all the details together with challan representing the fee payable for such registration, licensing or renewal of license. If it is for licensing, license fee. If it is the renewal of licensing, renewal fee. And it has to be accompanied with a certificate of plan. What is the plan further you are going to do? Showing all the details together with the challan. Challan means their fee, it has to be accompanied with the plan. If permission is not granted either by the state government or the chief inspector within 3 months from the date of submission of such application, permission is presumed to have been granted. If you have submitted application with as per the government rules and regulation, and you have paid due amount, fee or challan, so if you are not receiving any communication from the government or chief inspector of the factory within 3 months, that means it presumed to have been granted. That means it is assumed that your permission has been granted, so you can start your business. On the refusal of the state government to grant permission, the aggrieved application can prefer and appeal within the 30th from the. If it is not approved, if the government have not given permission, the aggrieved party may appeal within 30. Within 30 days, you can appeal that why I am not been given permission. So what is the default? So you can go for appeal. Every order refusing a grant permission license must be a speaking order. Order is an order passed after hearing both the side and it's passed the reason stated. When you are denying the permission, you have to give the justification. By listening both the sides, you need to give the justification. This is the reason you have been denied. License or permission cannot be denied merely on the direction of the government without hearing the applicant. Without hearing applicant, you cannot deny him. So if denied, he can go for appeal. Now, the licensing and registration of factory. The occupier must give 15 days notice to the state government or chief inspector of factory before being to occupy, use any premises as the factory. So before that, before occupying, 15 days notice has to be given to the state government that I am going to start business. It is essential to intimate by notice the inspector with the copy addressed to the chief inspector. You have to copy has to be sent to the chief inspector of the factory. If any new person is appointed as manager in a factory, if you are appointing any new person, in that case, you need to send the copy to the chief inspector. Penalty for obstructing inspector. When inspector comes for inspection, what is the penalty? When a factory inspector is prevented or obstructed from exercising its power, such person shall be punishable with the imprisonment of 6 months or fine up to 10,000 rupees. So if anybody is restricting to the inspector of the factory to visit or to exercise his power, in that case, if it is the genuine, then punishment who is restricting, he will be imprisoned for 6 months and punishment fine up to rupees 10,000 or both can be implemented. Certifying surgeon. With the approval of the state government, a certifying surgeon may be authorized and qualified medical practitioner to exercise these powers used of his film. There will be a certified surgeon for the factory. Now, there are different measures: health measure, safety, and welfare measure. In any of the measure, it is very important question. Definitely, it will come in one of the measure will come in the short question, long question, whatever may be, and maybe in case study. So you go through that in detail. I'll just discuss the point. Health and safety and welfare measures. Health measure. What is that? Cleanliness. To keep your factory clean, maintain cleanliness in your factory. Disposal of waste and effluent. There should be provision for disposal of waste and effluent. Dust and fume. There should be provisions so dust and fumes can go out. Ventilation and temperature. Ventilation has to be there, and temperature measurement system has to be there. Control system has to be there, so that temperature has to be maintained. It should not be too cold or too hot. Artificial humidification. You have to install the artificial humidification for humidity, maintain the humidity. Overcrowding. You have to sufficient place for the worker. It should not be overcrowded. The proper lighting facility has to be there. Drinking water facility has to be there. Latrines and urinal and spittoons has to be there. The spitting. These are the health measure. Similarly, safety measure. Safety is prior to security. According to this concept, the present Factory Act ensures several safety measures. What are those safety measures? Fencing of machineries, which are the dangerous machines, which will be affecting to the workers working in the factory. So for that, fencing is necessary. Work on near machinery in motion. If work is going on near machinery in motion, movement is there, machinery moving, in that case, so proper precautionary measure has to be taken. Employment of young person or dangerous machine. So you need to prevent the young person to work in the dangerous machine. Self-acting machines. Casing of new machinery. You have to case the machinery. Prohibition of employment to women and children near cotton openers. Where cotton openers are there, there is a prohibition for employing women and children. Hoist and lifts has to be there. Lifting machine, chains for heavy material or heavy machinery for lifting. Where manpower is not to be used, the machinery has to be used here. Revolving machines. These are the safety measures.
Sir, what is meaning for cotton openers?
Cotton openers, where some cotton work like textile industries, some cotton works are going on. In that, it will be affecting to the. It is more hazardous for children, small children, or and the women workers. So it will be creating respiratory system problem. So for that, it is prohibited. Now, welfare measure. Welfare measure. Sitting facility. Proper sitting facilities has to be there. First aid appliances has to be there. Canteen facility where the more than 50 workers are working. Canteen facility has to be there. Shelter, restroom, and lunchrooms has to be provided. Creches where women workers are in, creche has to be provided. Welfare officer. There has to be a welfare officer for the grievances, redressing the grievances of the workers. So working hour, weekly hours. No adult worker shall be required to allowed work in a factory for more than 48 hours in a week. At present, it is reduced to 40 hours. It has to be, no one should be allowed to work more than 40 hours in a week. Daily hours. No adult worker shall be required to allowed to work in a factory more than 9 hours in any day. and 40 hours in a week. However, to facilitate the change of seats, the limit may be exercised subject to the previous approval of the chief inspector of the factory. If you are making shift duties or some hours are getting changed or exceed or reduced, in that case, you need to inform the chief inspector of the factory. And last one is the another 5 minutes I will take. Industrial dispute. What that is Industrial Dispute Act also, it is in your 5th lesson. What is industrial relation? Industrial relation is a dynamic and developing concept. It refers to the general web of relationship normally obtaining between the employer and the employee. It is the create good relationship with the employers and employee. There has to be. It includes the complex relation between the trade union and management. Industrial relations are an integral aspect of social relation out of employee and employee interaction. So interest group, what are the industrial dispute? Who are the interest group? Workers and their organization. There may be conflict between the workers and the organization. That is called industrial dispute. Managers and the organization. If there is any conflict, that is called as industrial dispute. The government and the workers. It is. These are the people affecting in that one. What is the object of Industrial Dispute Act? Promoting measures securing and preserving amity and good relations between the employer and worker. To create the good relationship between the employer and workman, this Industrial Dispute Act is enacted. Inquiring into any matter connected with or relevant to an industrial dispute, promoting the settlement of industrial dispute. It is to settlement of the industrial dispute. If there is any dispute, to settle that one. Adjudication of industrial adjudicate for both the parties, they will call together and they will settle the dispute. A reference of individual dispute to grievances settlement authority. If it cannot be redressed, then they will be referring to the grievances settlement authority, higher authority. Voluntary reference of dispute of arbitration. Prevention of illegal strikes and lockout. Compensation layoff retrenchment for workmen. Provision for the payment of wages. Prevention of unfair labor practice. For this, industrial dispute is enacted. And what do you understand by industrial dispute? It means any dispute or difference between employers and employers. If it is dispute between employers and employers within themselves, then it can be an industrial dispute. Employees and workmen. Employers and workmen. If there is any dispute arises among the employers and workmen, individual workman and workman, if any dispute comes which is connected with the employment or non-employment, the terms of employment, the condition of labor on any region. If any dispute arises, that is the industrial dispute. Individual and collective dispute. It can be individual dispute, it can be collective dispute also. A collective dispute means related to any of the following matters: wages, bonus, profit sharing, gratuity. These are the collective dispute. Hours of work, leave, rules of discipline. These are the collective. Financial causes: wages, bonus, dearness allowance, traveling allowance. All this coming under financial causes. Non-financial: transport, housing, education facility. All this. What are the effects of industrial dispute? If dispute is there, what effect will take place? There may be strikes, layoff, lockout, retrenchment, closure, garage. It may be. Strike means cessation of work by a body of person employed in the industry. They will group of people. They will stop the working and strike. Layoff means the failure, refusal, of inability of an employer on account of the shortage of the coal, power, or anything. That is layoff by the employer. Lockout. It means temporary closing of a place. This is also employer may lock out the company. Retrenchment, this is also done by the company. Closing of the business. Garage may be done by the employees. These are the effect of the. And lastly, Swarnim Sonal, I request you to please mute your system, please. There is a disturbance. And last is industrial, under industrial. What is the administration under this? This is also one of the questions. What are the administration under the Act? First one is works committee, conciliation officer. Next one is it is not settled by the work committee. Then it will go to conciliation officer. Then it will go board of conciliation. Next stage it goes to the board of conciliation. Next will be court of inquiry. Next is labor court. Next is industrial tribunal and national tribunal. These are the administration body under the Industrial Dispute Act. So with this, we are winding up the class now, and kindly go through your study material. If any doubt further, you can also contact with us. Okay, is it all right? Hello,
Yes,
students.
sir.
Shall
Yes,
we
sir.
wind up the class now?
Yeah, thank
Because
you,
you
sir.
have other class.
Anyway,
Sure,
sir.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Wish you all the best for your
Thank you, sir.
examination.
Thank you,
And
sir.
sorry.
Thank you.
And I request all of you to kindly go through your study material, please. Okay.
What about
Okay, sir.
PPT, sir?
PPT, you send a request to me. I will send the PPT to you. Okay.
How
Mail
can
or
we send it, sir?
A mail. You need mail ID. I will just
Okay,
type
sir.
on the chat box now.
Sir, it's not visible in chat box.
Not visible. Okay. Just a second. You just noted the NIZAM.
your mail ID, sir?
Can you see in chat box?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my email ID is there. You can.
1 second, sir. View, not view.
No,
Sorry.
sir. We cannot see.
Okay, write down NIZAM.
NIZAM.
NIZAMSM.
Yes.
.pu.
Dot.
P for Pondicherry, U for University.
Okay. PU.
@gmail.com. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You
Thank
too,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Nidham, I'm taking over. Yes, Nidham, I'm taking over. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Good afternoon,
afternoon, ma'am.
madam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Just I'm sharing my PPT. Are you able to see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So today will be our last class as we told. So we will be winding up the session today's class. So anyone have any doubts in the classes so far what you have seen, you can clarify it today. Okay. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
So first topic we will be taking up is the trends, new trends in organizational behavior. Okay. So the new trends, you can see that the global scenario of employment and organizations have been tilted, actually thrown upside down because of the pandemic we all have witnessed, right? So we can say that it's a trend. It cannot be a trend, but the changes that has drastically come into the field of organizational behavior is this work from home, right? So all of you would have experienced, all of you would be going through this, right? Anyone here having work from home model? Anyone? I think someone else is presenting. Can you stop it?
Yes.
Just hold on. I have to. Are you able to see that now?
Yes,
See the
ma'am.
presentation?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, your PPT is not visible.
Is it now?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, we all became host today. I think yours is not visible.
I
It's
understand.
visible for me, madam. Actually, I'm
Yeah,
seeing
it's
trends
okay.
in organizational behavior.
Now?
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
it is
now
now
visible,
it's
visible.
ma'am.
Yes,
visible.
ma'am, visible.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes,
I'm
it is
visible.
visible.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay.
So why I'm asking is, if many of you are experiencing the work from home, then I need not explain much, because you would be better to explain it than me, right? Because we have not experienced work from home for a little, say maybe 15-20 days, not more than that. But you can see that even the behavior of us teachers also has changed because of this online class, right? This is entirely a new phenomena that has come into the life of the professional life of us, and it took time for us to modify us, change the behavior, technically as well as behavioral science, right? Because the platforms changed, the response changed, technicality changes, the learning changed more than teaching, right? We have to learn how to do it. So this is how, when something changes in the organization, it changes the behavior of the people. After all, we are a part of that, right? Do you get my point? So this work from home has taken over all the other trends in OB. Now that is the topic, which is the root cause of any change you see in the behavior of the employees, right? That's why I've seen, I have given you a picture, right? You can see that working has become merged with home, right? It is no more that there is a definite line between that you get away from the house, enter into the organization, make yourself, the behavior changes as a professional one, and then come back. Once you come back to house, your behavior changes as a family man, right? This is so far, what do you say, happening for years together, but suddenly you can say that it has been merged. The gray area has become more darker. Sometimes you cannot define yourself whether you are doing office work or household work, right? So this creates a lot of conflict on how you have to behave, because it is almost one and the same, right? You are here, you are there, right? It is both. You are in the organization, also you are in the home. Do you get my point? Previously, we had the definition. You see, at home, let me say about myself, right? That would be the right example. So at home, you cannot see me like this at all. I'm a very crazy person at home, right? But I cannot display that behavior in my professional place. Do you get my point? So I have two different kind of exhibiting my personality. It is not that I have two personalities. I'm not a split personality. Do you get the point? It is how you display your personality. The behavior takes the dominance of one based on one value with resonance with that particular location. I have to resonate university. Do you get my point? But if you put me at
Yes,
home and
ma'am.
I have to do this, that I might be having a conflict, because all these years how I am programmed to act is not able to continue it anymore, right? This is the major problem that happened in the OB in the era of the pandemic, right? So working from home is, whether it is a boon or curse, depends on individual personalities. So let us see what could be the problem or advantages. The employee engagement and loyalty has become a big question mark, we should say, because obviously the environmental factors has a great impact on you. Where you are sitting, what you are doing has a deep relationship, right? So when you are at home, you would have seen a lot of jokes, comedies or memes coming out that people, those who are attending the meeting, will only wear a shirt and tie. Maybe they'll be having trousers at home. They will not even wear pants because it is not visible in the camera, right? So they will only put a screen behind, and behind the screen there could be 1,000 problems. Nobody knows. So this is how the engagement has decreased. Can you see that? Because see, at any moment I can log out and go take a break. I can make myself tea or cook, I eat. So the workplace definition has been a big confusion in the minds, right? Which created conflicts in the behavior. So the loyalty. The workplace has an effect, when you enter a premises, a structure, that this is the office, this is my cabin, you get that affiliation, belongingness. I feel that sometimes proud of getting into the organization. That cultivates loyalty towards the organization. When there is no such premises, when there is no such infrastructure that I am entering into, I am still the same person who got up in the morning. Maybe I'll take bath or brush my teeth, doesn't matter. Just I have to sit in front of the computer. In my bed itself, I can take the laptop and sit. Can you see how much it builds a wall of that feeling of loyalty that I'm getting into the organization. Getting into the laptop is not exactly the same of getting into the organization, right? Then motivation and morale. As I have told you already, morale is a group behavior, right? And motivation most of the time comes through comparison. So what happens when you are alone at home, even though you see people at laptop, now also I see 129 people. But do you think that I feel like I am with 129 people? Do you get the feel that you are in a classroom?
No, ma'am.
Anyone? Do you feel that you are in a classroom?
No, ma'am.
There is much difference, right? When you come to the university, usually till pandemic, this class used to be offline only. There will be a classroom. People used to come to the university, and many times I have heard my students saying that we feel very happy that we are coming to university, even if it is distance education course. That 8 days gives them the pride that I'm coming to university to learn. I'm talking about those who doesn't have the privilege of going to the college, right? Those who are not able to go to the college and only pursuing through distance education, we can see that the feeling of affiliation towards the university builds up, right? And the affiliation with other people, the motivation when sitting with the friends, and when the class is good, the morale goes up. We can see all these things, but what is missing? Morale as well as motivation, right? As there is no group. See, if this is the same class which is offline, the morale will be high. Now, whatever you do to bring up the morale of people who we cannot see face to face is not the same. It's sometimes impossible, right? See, for example, if there anyone says a good answer, if it is offline class, what we can do? Ask all of them to clap the hands. Everyone will happy. Morale will go up. Where is that now? Impossible, right? Social learning versus self-learning. See, the learning takes place most of the time through people. That is why we send our kids to school, but that has been misunderstood, and it became a myth that we all follow, that we think that we send the kids to school to learn science, maths, history, geography. Not at all, right? More than that, we send them to learn society, learn people. That is the biggest lesson you can have when you come out, right? So learning happens most of the time from people around. So here what happens? It becomes like self-learning, right? You are working alone. You cannot chat with others. So that learning comes down, which is very important for improvement of behavior, right? Next one, personal or workplace stress. See, previously when we were teaching stress management, I told you personal stress is different, workplace stress is different, right? Now that has become a question mark. You cannot, when a counselor or being a psychiatrist or psychologist who want to assess a person how he is stressed out, it becomes very difficult that why he is getting stressed, because the stressors are both equal. He is at home. So whether it is a personal stress or workplace stress, it becomes merged. It becomes again a very dark gray area. And team playing or job autonomy. Some people likes it that autonomy is more, but those who are by behavior team players are the most hit. They are victimized. They are not able to perform better because the team has been that concept itself is not available here. And the next important thing because of this is performance appraisal. How to monitor to give appraisal. Right? Say for example, the same example we take internal assessment when it comes. I can easily say by the performance in the class after 6 months. But when I cannot look people, how we can say the appraisal? There is no monitoring through work from home method, right? So the performance appraisal is what's hit. And the consequences, what happened? The biggest motivation you can get in the organization is your increment, incentive, performance appraisal, and the rewards, awards, appreciation comes from that. You are working for 6 months or 1 year and you are waiting for that result, right? Because all of us do that. We need result. That challenge is the biggest motivation. It keeps us going, after a day's work. Who can say that you are not thinking about the food feast you are going to get? None of us can say. Everybody will have that. What I'm going to eat next when you are hungry. That motivation keeps us going. The result, I have worked hard, I'm feeling hungry. So if you are not worked hard, you are sitting, you will not be thinking about that. When you are doing something, you are expecting the result. You are writing, you are putting a puzzle. You want to check whether you did it right or not. Right? So that is the biggest consequence. So when your performance, you know that it is not going to get evaluated properly or appraised, you know that you are not going to get the motivation properly. That will reflect in the next time performance, and if it goes cascading down, so the productivity also comes down. So another one biggest problem of this work from home, and what I have heard is there is no end of shift at all. There is no timings, because in the office premises when you get out, right? Here what happens, you think that okay, it is at home, we can do later. Procrastination is getting bigger and bigger, higher and higher. And so it feels like there is no end in the shift of the work. So these are the points, major points of this trend called work from home has brought impact on the behavior of the employees. The next one, important trend in OB is migration. Migration is happening for long time. Employee migration is inevitable part of OB, right? Because this leads to the cultural difference, language barriers, and relocating, promotions, transfers. It is a big topic. How the employee migration leads to the effects or impacts on the behavior of the employees in the organization. But the point here is why it became a new trend is again the pandemic. You would have seen, or many of you would have forgot, that stranding of people got stranded in various places. That is the time. It is awakening to many of us, almost all throughout the world, that migration is this of this magnitude. Yeah, migration is bigger, but that is the time world open its eyes to see that people are migrated of this magnitude to places for search of work. And you can see that's why I've given two different pictures, organized sector, unorganized sector. You can see by the carrying of that suitcase itself, right? Unorganized and organized, how they can move. So you can see that this has changed the trend of migration. Almost people have started thinking that it is better to be at the place where they used to live, where they feel security, and not to migrate, which is going to hit. The impact is not yet evaluated, it is yet to be studied, getting studied. The world has not yet known the consequences of how this pandemic has affected the migration and how this is going to affect the organizations, and then comes to the behavior, right? So as for now, The migration starting point itself is questionable. The trend has changed, right? People would like to stay where they feel is a permanent place. Do you get my point? You can see that people have been sent home because there is no work anymore because of the pandemic. Even now it has been changed. Even now we have come to a normal life, but still you can see that this problem is yet to be sorted out, right? So employee migration has always become a important topic for studying the OB, how the migration affects people. You can see that adaptation, the first thing, then the cultural difference. As I told you, it is a separate topic of studying that. Let's not get into that. But as for now, this is also another important trend because of the pandemic, right? Next one, AI. Again, I need not say this. All these are general topics, so just I am giving you the introduction. You know better than me. Many of you who are in those particular industry knows better than me, I think. So if anyone wants to give their opinion also, the forum is open, okay? Let's say first how it is affecting. You can see this, the trend, new trend in hobby, you can see. It is the fear of losing the job, right? People have started thinking of seeking alternatives, thinking that AI is going to eat their jobs. I have given a fact, you can see that around 300 million jobs is estimated to be taken by AI, right? And it is still evolving. At first, even including me, I too thought it is like cloning. When the cloning technology came, it was banned by many countries, fearing of this, thinking that cloning is going to change the world and it will tilt the balance of the world. And it was banned in many countries, and till date we don't know what is happening in the secret labs of many developed countries, whether cloning is being done, it is successful or not, is yet to be seen. Even though there are many films coming out that there is cloning going on. Sometimes, these films will be like forerunners. Like they will be telling us what is going to happen. For this AI, this is, if I am right, it is predicted some few years ago. I forgot the name of the Hollywood film. It will talk about, I think it is Arya or Eagle, something the name is. But the crux of the film is this, that we are in grid. Like if you have a cell phone, it is locating where you are. And wherever you go, there are CCTV cameras and artificial intelligence software, AI softwares, which can search your face wherever you are in the globe through the satellite imaging. Right? We have seen these things. Geotag, recently Google Maps have come with the real-time photographs of the roads. In my road, my neighbor's face is visible. Then they actually marked it, but still we can find out that that is the same house. A person is standing in the balcony. The road is visible. The trees are everything. Right? They come there to take the photograph, geotag, something. A lot of things are going on which we don't know. Like that film which I was talking about. That I think Arya was the AI is called as Arya. It has some acronym. So that takes over the control. That is a film about AI taking over. That it can see that what is happening, where it is moving. Everyone is in the grid. Living off grid has become a new fashion now. Like off grid means I don't want to be seen. I don't want a mobile. I don't want electricity connection so that government monitors how much I use. I don't want internet connection. I don't. So like this, people have started living off grid to get away from this AI. So this is what the world we are living in. So, but how we are affected in MOBI? Jobs. The employees may not be there in organizations very soon. That is what predicted, right? So AIs are not eating the jobs. It is eating the jobs that are created by software. Are you able to get my point? So, and already software has taken up the world. We know without software, can we live? Impossible. Everything is technology and software. Now even booking gas, which is the bare minimum in a household, paying internet, everything is digitalized and software is taking up. your admissions, payments, database. No more papers, right? If the software is not there, I think we will stand still. Don't know what to do. I tell you, 2 days ago, my niece in Chennai, because you know Chennai is standard with flood, no power, no water, sorry, drinking water, water everywhere, but no drinking water, no power, no internet, so no mobile connection. The new generation, as you say, this 2K generations, first time they are getting hit. You know, my niece given this word that saying that I don't like this life. In Tamil, she told like that வாழ்க்கை வெத்து போச்சு. Those who are in Tamil will understand. Comes out of a mouth of a small girl. So the life they know is this with softwares. That is why they get fed up with life if there is no software. Do you get my point? And when we are surrounded by software, and the software is getting eaten by a big fish. That's why I gave you this picture to imagine. So AI is like a shark which can easily swallow the software which has already swallowed us. Right? So what might be the future? This fear is instilled in the minds of employees all over the world. Crores of employees are expecting that soon there is going to be a problem for their job. So this is the next trend in OB which is going to take over the world, which we have to wait and see how big the impact is going to be. Right. With that, we come to the next topic. Okay, trends in OB is over. If you have any doubts, you keep. Once we finish the class, I'll give you time to discuss all these doubts. Okay. I think today also we will take up some 5-10 minutes more as we have started the class. Already this itself is a borrowed class. Okay, I have taken up one class from some other professor. Actually, thanks to Nizam for giving this hour to us. Okay, right. So the next topic is consciousness. This is a what do you say? Psychological, little bit philosophical context. So listen carefully. Sometimes it is easy to understand, sometimes it will be a little bit complex. I will try to make it as easy as possible. Okay. So consciousness is nothing but what you are thinking that it is. We have seen that perception, you know, a 6 is a 6 or 9 is a 9. But where you are standing and seeing is different. You believe that is a 6, that is a 6. That is consciousness. Right? It is like you are using that place, it's a medium, to analyze what is happening. But always it is done through, this analysis is done through you or I. Whenever we say I, right? I think it is a 6. You say, I think it is a 9. Both are right, both are wrong. But it is your consciousness that is analyzing what the number is, and you are coming out with a result, and you believe it. That is the beauty of it. Right? Consciousness, the beauty of consciousness lies in the belief of the person who says it, who thinks it. Right? So you can see that thought itself is a very complex process. Right? See, whatever I am saying now, it is mine. It starts from here. What I think, I am saying. But are you thinking what I am thinking? Anyone? Can you think what I am thinking, or on behalf of me? Or can I think for you what you want to hear, what you are thinking? Is it possible? We find it difficult to understand?
No, ma'am.
Anyone there?
Ma'am, can you repeat?
I asked a question that, see, what I am talking to you, what I am telling to you comes from here, right? It is my thought. What I am thinking, I am saying, right?
Yeah, true.
But are you thinking what I am thinking?
No, that's not possible.
But I am telling what I am thinking. But can the thinking be same? No. Can I
No.
say what you are thinking? No. Are you able to understand? Consciousness lies,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, within, right? It is the part of brain which handles all these things. What are you? What is your emotions? Can you imagine that? Everything roots out from you, right? See, for example, I'll tell you with one example, you will understand properly. See, usually, if someone betrays you, right? You trust them, they betrays you, right? There are two parties, one who betrayed, one who is victimized, right?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
person who is victimized can think only about how that person has betrayed me. You can see that they will talk only about, see, that person has betrayed, how I am feeling, I am sad, I am crying, I trusted him. Are you able to understand? The consciousness is only about the emotions of that person. And the person who betrayed, same way he will be talking. He will say that I have done this because that person has done something. So everything, the fulcrum is I, consciousness. Your emotions, your reactions of emotions comes out of your consciousness. Are you able to understand? Your level
Yes,
of
ma'am.
understanding. Yes, that is what everybody's consciousness, right? But this consciousness has the value, core of you, as we have discussed already. What are you inside the core? That will be the core value, will be the moral ground of your consciousness. That is why still we have people who goes to war like Hitler, who kills people, who steal people, who lie, who does charity work, who is like Mother Teresa. All are human, all are with consciousness. Now do you understand? The consciousness roots out of that core value, and that is why everybody's consciousness is different. Right? The I they believe in comes out of this. That is why every I is different. If you can understand what I said, then you can read Albert Einstein's quote. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. Read again, you will be able to slightly understand. If I create a problem, right? I say that you people are not understanding what I am saying. It's a problem for me. I cannot solve this problem with the same consciousness. I have to elevate myself. I have to think moving from I or understanding the I in you. Then I'll be able to solve this problem thinking that maybe I have to change my tonality. Maybe I have to change my pace. Maybe I have to change my words. Then you will be able to understand. But when the problem will be solved, when I change the level of consciousness of me who has created the problem. Do you agree with me? This is why if there is a conflict between two people and if the conflict is not resolved, that means they have created the problem. Unless they come out of the level of consciousness, they cannot solve it. Are you able to understand? Yeah, I know it will take some time. You read a little bit more on that. Okay, we don't have much time. Time will come back again, right? So let's see how to manage that, right? How to resolve a problem, like he said, Einstein said, right? How to resolve. The same level cannot be. So how to manage it? Many of us have the problem that I don't have this. That is why I am unhappy. That is why I am doing that. That is why my reactions are this. I always we justify, we find the excuse of something else, because I am very important to me. I cannot take blame. Am I right? For every one of us. Just I am saying I for an example. It's not me. Are you able to understand? So when you come out of that, when you stop believing, happiness is not in that particular thing which I crave for. Happiness is inside. If you can stop believing that, see for example, I want that sari, or I want that dress, or I want that food, I want that PlayStation, I want that car. Till you get that, you will not be happy. Do you think that once you get that, you will be happy always? No. It is the belief of the consciousness. It is not reality. It is a belief of your consciousness. I want that, then I will be happy. You can be happy without that also. But for that, your level of consciousness has to rise. Right? Stop thinking that changing things. Same thing. I am unhappy because of that person, his words. No. You are unhappy because you choose to value the words of another person, and you choose to be unhappy because of that words. If you are not going to put value to the words, it is not going to hurt you. So many things to hurt you are there in the world. It is you who choose to take that weapon and hit yourself. Are you able to understand? So another one thing what you can do is be satisfied with already what you have. Content. Content is a easy way of managing the concerns. Being contented. Right? But it is not that you don't have to strive for other thing. Motivate is not that nil motivation. Motivation you have to go, but be contented with what you have and then go for the next thing. Right? I know it is a little bit tricky, but still. Then, next important thing. What you appreciate will appreciate you. A very simple context, you know. We always want to be appreciated. But you have to do that too. And in my experience, it is not only living things. It is applicable for non-living things also. You know, when you appreciate that, you feel that you are getting appreciated. I don't know how, but I experience it. You have to try that. And feeling gratitude. It is like practicing gratitude is almost like being contented, right? Then take care of your mind and body. This is another important thing for conscience management. So I'll take 2 minutes to explain this particularly. You cannot divide this. Mind and body are separate, you know, because if you take that mind or soul, what we say, spirit or soul or mind, whatever it is, the conscience inside you, then it has to be residing in the body. That is why in many religions you can see that body is termed as a temple of your soul. You have to keep your body like a temple. It should be clean, pure, without any bad thoughts, evil thoughts. Right? Imagine like this. You have a bank locker, okay, which is very precious because the place is very small. What will you keep in that locker? Garbage?
The most precious thing.
Yes. Will you ever put garbage in the locker?
No, ma'am. No. No, ma'am.
So what is the most precious thing we have? Our mind. Right? But we will not hesitate a single minute to put garbage in that, you know. This is like a locker. In the full body, bigger body, this is a small place. It's like a locker. That is why it is on top. Very precious things only should be there. because that is going to drive you. You are what you are thinking in your mind, right? Then see how you should treat that. You should put only good things, right? I used to tell some say undergraduate students, like younger people, that many times I have in counseling, I used to see that they get hallucinations of horror films, what they have seen, like Conjuring and all. Some films they will see, and that will be haunting them. They will be afraid. Not always, when they are vulnerable. When you are having a fever, or when you are depressed. So what happens? These things are like the lava, magma underneath the underneath the earth core. Where the soil is soft, the lava will erupt. This is happening or not? Volcanoes erupting. Exactly, this will happen when you are seeing horror movies or you are putting in garbage in your mind. When you are more vulnerable, you are having, like, fever is a vulnerability. That's why hallucinations will bring all these things. They are afraid. That's why I used to tell them. Then why, if you are not feeling good about these horror films, why you are putting it in your mind? Because what you see cannot be unseen. It is in your memory forever. What you have seen in your first year as a baby is still in your memory. What you have seen in 6 months old baby is still in your memory. It will come if you want. Right? So, very important thing. Keep the mind and body like a temple and treat it like you are the best friend of it, like yourself. Right? I will suggest one thing. There is a Reddit thread. I don't know whether it is still there or not. I think Balvinder, one Punjabi girl in US. She was studying in USA in a university, and Punjabi girls have a problem. Like, it's not problem, or I will not say problem. They will grow mustache and beard. That is actually, they say that because they go to war some 78 years or 100 years ago, even the women of Punjab go to war. So the masculinity in them has increased over the decades, over the generations. And because of the masculinity they have increased, they have started growing beard and mustache. Okay, this is a common thing. So some girls willing to remove, that is another one thing. But this particular girl in USA has not removed it. She has a beard and mustache, and she has a that turban on the head. So one white boy, English boy, has commented this in the Reddit thread, saying that whether who is this? Is it a girl or boy? We don't know. Like, he has given very wrong comments on her gender and started trolling her in the social media, in the Reddit, previous some 10 years ago, I think. Okay, so then what happened? The entire university campus has started trolling her, saying that this girl should not come out like this. She's standing in it. He has put a photo of her also. So after some time, it came to the notice of this girl, and she started reading the troll. And everyone is giving bad, ugly comments on her body and the way she is looking like a man. She started replying. One reply she gave, if it is available, you go and see in the Google. She said that I come from a Sikh religion, right? Sikhs. I am from Punjab. I am a Sikh. And in our religion, we feel that the body is a gift by God. It is like a temple to us. We never touch the body, we never change the body. Whatever God has given, we accept as it is. I believe in the culture, I believe in my parents, I believe in the whatever this says, my religion says. So I follow this. If this is a problem to you, kindly excuse. So what happened, you will not believe. After this reply in the thread, suddenly the way the thread was going changed. Everyone's consciousness have changed. They have started appreciating the girl instead of making wrong remarks. And at the end of the story, that boy who has created that has removed himself from the Reddit itself, said sorry, I think, apologized something, and went away. Because people started throwing ugly comments on him. This is how the consciousness works, and this is how the mind and body travels together. Right? So if you want to manage your concerns properly, treat your mind and body as your close friend, give them respect to yourself. Respect yourself. Right? Don't ill treat. That is the point. So cultivate habits which will help you not a single habit which will pull you down. The consciousness should be elevated, not coming down. Okay. So next one is what we think we become. This is what is, it's like Buddha said. What's Buddha's teachings are this? Because that would be the apt teaching, for conscious management. What we think we become, right? All that we are arises with our thoughts, and with our thoughts we make the world. Here you have to read between the lines. We make the world is not that you are going to change the entire world with your thoughts. Your perception towards the world will change. Your world, what you are seeing as the world, will change if you change the thoughts, right? Just I have given you the picture. Most of you might be knowing that I like this animation very much. It's Avatar. It's a animated series. Avatar name is Aang. Many of you might know. This is the highest form of consciousness management, where it is believed that you can, manipulate, or you can use the elements also through the consciousness. Whether to believe it or not, we don't know, but we have seen that, like Keller or some people who can do with eyes, or where they can, their concentration, consciousness can change people. Hypnotism is a proof to that, right? Like a pencil can make a boil. If you make the person to believe that a pencil is a matchstick, this has been proved, just by touching it will be giving a boil, because of the thinking that it is a matchstick, right? So
Five elements, sir.
this is about consciousness and consciousness management. Next we come to organizational vision, right? Can I take another 5 minutes? We'll finish off.
Yes, okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Just soon I'll finish off. Okay, we'll hurry up. So organizational vision, all of you know. Why we need to see is, if you want to have the organizational behavior proper in the organization, it should be aligned with the organizational vision. The vision is what you want to be. Mission is making a smaller objective for that, and values will be the base, and competencies will be how you want the person inside the organization to be. This competencies is the part we will be studying, because every individual goal should be aligned with the organizational goal. Otherwise, it is not possible. They will be pulling the cart that side, organization will be pulling the cart this side, nowhere it will be going. So alignment of organizational goal with the individual goal is very important. If not aligned, what happens? You will be wasting the potentiality of your employees. There will be job dissatisfaction everywhere among the employees, low morale and hence low productivity. The people will go out of the organization. They don't want to work with us because their goal is different, and there will be burnouts. But if you are able to align these goals, what will happen? The people will have the strategic clarity. They will have engagement, more loyalty towards the organization. Team performance and this individual performance will be higher if you are able to align the goals. There are tricks and tips of how to do this, and that is a separate topic. But you have to understand that organizational behavior will be better if you are able to align the organizational goals with the employee goals, right? That is. The next topic is gender sensitivity. How gender sensitivity can affect the organizational behavior. I can vouch for that. Say that is why you can say first picture, women is equal to men. All of us now understand that. Whether to practice, that is the question. And second concept is glass ceiling, where you can see that we say for the women sky is the limit, but it is not so. I'll give you small statistics. When in the placement or in the lower level management, you can see sometimes women population is more 60% and men population will be 40%, like campus interviews you can see. And when it comes to middle level management, it comes out drastically. The managers, if you take up the population, it will be less than 10-20% of women and 80% will be men. And if it is top level management, you can see it is less than 2%. 98% is men. When it started with 60%, when it reaches to top level, it is only 2%. Can you see, we say that as glass ceiling. Even though you say that sky is the limit, women are not allowed with promotions. So this is what gender sensitivity and equality is about. Even though it is preached, prescribed, practicing is not done that much. And there are problems both ways, because dominance is not the solution. You say that gender equality, but what happens when you are talking about equality, the other gender tries to take over the other gender. That is a problem. Right? This is about equality. It is not about women having the higher upper hand over the men. Not like that. That is why we call now gender sensitivity instead of equality. We have to get sensitized that we need to be equal, not to dominate others, right? So, and the next picture I have given to understand that even in the salary or wages, you can see that women are given lower salary, lower wages when men are given with higher. In construction or any industry, you can take up that. So, gender sensitivity is another one important factor which creates a bigger impact in OB of any organization. Next topic is competency. So, how competent a person is, that is how his behavior will be in any organization, because competency matters. You can see that a mapping is done through whatever you are capable of, what is your qualification, what is your learning speed, how fast you can learn, how you can come up in your career. That matters a lot. So, we call it as a competency mapping and career elevation. All these things comes to understand that how a person will behave in organizations. So with that, we are concluding the subject. Okay. So I'll give you some few minutes. If you have any doubts or feedback you have to share with me, you can do that now. Right. With that, we will conclude the
Okay,
session.
ma'am.
Anyone who has to ask any questions or give the feedback, that would be, I'll be happy to take it. That would be elevation for me, right? And if it is flaws, you tell me that first. And any doubts you have, you can clarify. Otherwise, we'll wind up the session. I know it is all 1:10, all of you will be hungry. Yes.
Yeah, well, I would just one feedback. Thank you, ma'am. I think I really like your class and the way you are putting the presentation with
Yes.
the screenshots, right? That really touches the concept.
What is that? I don't get you.
I'm saying the pictorial representation of the concepts really touched me a lot, right? So just looking at it, it's really good. Thanks for that.
Yes, particularly I do this for online classes because it is very hard to give the sentences because picture speaks more and the perception differs. You will come up with your own way of understanding that, and pictures makes us think, right? Words will make you to interpret, whereas pictures will make you think. That is the difference between words and pictures. So that is why particularly I use the picture, so that instead of making you learn, I want you to think and write by yourself, which will be very helpful for you in the examination. Don't ever write whatever is the study material. Please write your experience, what you are seeing in the real time world. That will fetch you more marks, right? Thank you for that, Pranav.
Yeah, sure,
Anybody
ma'am.
else? Yes, Gokul.
Ma'am, hello.
Yes. Yes, Sai.
Yes, your class was amazing, ma'am. I have to give that as a feedback.
Thank you.
And just one doubt, ma'am. Can we
Yes.
use color pens in the exam, ma'am?
Yes, you can use color sketches.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, you can use it. For underlining, don't write. Only for underlining or pictures. Draw diagrams. Okay, management. You have to say a lot of things through diagrams. Like I told you, if it is a population-based diagram, make a pyramidal shape. If it is equal, use circle shapes. Like that, you can use flow charts, right? That would be more helpful. More helpful to make the other person understand. Like evaluator has to understand, right? So use a lot of pictures, that will be helpful. And
Okay,
your
ma'am. Thank you.
sincerity shows in the paper. That I tell you. If you are writing, underlining, keeping the margin, that will give you some few marks at least more for looking at your sincerity. Right? Presentation is important. Do that. Yes, Dharma Rao. Okay. So shall we wind up?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. The way you taught us is a very simple way, which we understood very easily. It's not required to go and check again and again. It's a very simple way. Thank you, ma'am.
But read a lot through books also. Okay, if you are having a practice of seeing only Google, go to Google Books, not just to Google it. Go to Google Books, so that you can have excerpts of a lot of books. It's like a library, you will have free pages coming out of the Google Books. Select a particular topic and read through books. That will give you more, understanding, and that will be reflecting in your examination. See, even though I'm talking about examination point of view, again and I'm saying, you will be seeing a different person when you finish MBA, right? People think that MBA people can handle the situations, handle the life more easily. So start practicing that. It is not actually your MBA doesn't end in your examination. It starts with your results, right? Remember
Sure.
that.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
any specific colors
Thank you, ma'am.
should be used?
Yes, Aishwarya, come again, please.
Any specific colors that can be used in exam?
No, not like that, but don't use red. Apart
Okay,
from
ma'am.
red, you can use any other color like orange or green, white, like purple, anything, right? No
Ma'am,
problem.
is calculator allowed in
Ma'am, one more
Yes,
doubt.
calculators,
Sir,
normal calculators are allowed, Naisa.
ma'am? We
ma'am,
are preparing
இன்னொரு
for
கொஸ்டின்
exam.
பிங்க்
Thank
கலர்
you so
யூஸ்
much.
Can you
பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு
continue
சொல்லுவாங்க.
one, please? Aishwarya?
Yes,
Yes?
ma'am. Mostly I have heard we must not use pink colors mostly in exam. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, in DDE papers, we are not very particular about that. It is better to not use, yes, red and green. Don't use except red and green, you use any other color.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Your classes were amazing.
Thank you, Naisa. So, and one particular thing, see to that your ink doesn't get spread in the paper. Okay, use good quality sketches or color pencil so that it will not be seen in the reverse side of the paper. Okay, remember that. Okay, best of luck
Okay.
for your examinations. Study well. Give some sincerity towards the thing. See, you are going to study MBA only once in your lifetime. This is not going to happen every time, right? So think like that. As I told you, be sincere to yourself. You are not going to write something for the evaluator or to get a degree for your spouse or parents and all. It is for you. Remember that. So don't bluff in the paper. Don't try to cheat the evaluator because we read your paper. Many times I have this bad experience. You are writing the same thing what is you are writing in first question again and again. So please don't do those things. Be sincere to you always in your life. Okay, that is the best way. What we have studied throughout will be helpful. Thank you very much, all of you, for patient listening. I had a very good class. If this is offline class, I'll be more happy to look at all your faces. But still, I'm very happy that I had you for this session. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next semester.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thanks
ma'am.
a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Guy.
Guys, next class என்னன்னு தெரியுமா?
Don't know.
என்னது இங்கவே பாத்தீங்களா என்னன்னு ம் இங்க
If anybody is listening, is there any WhatsApp group for this course? May I know, please?
எப்படி குறைஞ்சது
Please, if anyone is listening, is there, may I know if there is any WhatsApp group for this course? May I know, please?
பார்த்து சத்தமா போடணும்னு என்ன பண்ணிட்டேன் கருப்பு போட்டு கேட்காது
I kindly request again, may I know if there's any WhatsApp group pertaining to this course?
Are you talking about the official website?
No, I'm not
Sorry,
talking about the
from
official website.
university.
I just want to connect the people who are writing exam. That's it.
No, actually, if you go for a WhatsApp channel, so you will get it DDE channel.
All right, all right.
In that, you'll get the information from the university site. And if you're talking about the individually, so we have two groups. You can join anyone.
Sorry to disturb again. I couldn't find the channel that you have mentioned. May I know how to join the channel, please?
You are asking about the YouTube channel, sir?
I'm not asking about the YouTube channel. I was wondering if there is any WhatsApp group where the students are a member or something, so that we can get the regular updates.
Oh,
See
okay,
that.
okay.
That's why I told you there is a two group. One is one is student. We all have one group, and second we are talking about the university having the channel.
Yeah, I'm like I'm thinking of the first group that you mentioned.
E-student channel
Yeah,
groups you're
yes,
talking about.
yes, yes, yes.
So you can write down my number. Just I'll give you the link. You can join from there.
Oh, okay, sir. Please tell me
Nine
your
eight 9830
9830
37
37
1737.
1737 9830 37 1737.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'll ping you.
Okay, good afternoon, dear students. Good afternoon to all of you. So very happy to have you after your lunch. So straight away I'm going to the presentation since it is the last class. So I think you have to be ready for your understanding, and you should have been preparing for the exam. So be prepared. Well, let me present my screen. Still we are in the unit 3. We will finish. We have to start with the line and authority. Yesterday we have finished to know about the delegation and decentralization. This one. So line and staff relationship. So I want to make it clear to you about the line authority and the staff authority. So line authority, it is very important. See, this is nothing but in the organization process, authority is delegated to the individuals to perform the activities. These individuals in turn assign some of the activities to persons working below them in the hierarchy and delegate them authority. This process goes on, creating superior subordinate relationships in the organization. The direct relationship between a superior and his subordinate is created through the enforcement of the relationship. Such a relationship is called a line authority. Okay, see, you are creating a relationship between one person and the subordinates. Okay, the subordinates, they should be answerable to a person. In turn, these subordinates, and they will be again a manager, okay, a responsible person. They will delegate the authority to his subordinates, and again those subordinates, it will be going like a relationship between superior and subordinate, a relationship between superior and subordinates. This is a process where the subordinates are always answerable to the immediate superior, to the immediate boss. This is what called line authority. So be clear, this is what called line authority. Staff authority, this is nothing but it is an advisory role. Okay, so there is always a confusion between this line authority and staff authority. Staff authority, they do not have an authority of taking decisions, but they have an authority of presenting their opinions, suggestions. Okay, they are always called an advisory authority. Okay, so they consult. Okay, they give their opinion. So that's why you see here the nature of staff relationship is advisory. The function of people in a pure staff capacity is to investigate, research, and give advice to line managers to whom they report. They give advices, they give suggestions, they give opinions to the line managers. But on the whole, the decision is taken by the line authority, line managers. So line authority, how do they behave? How do they work? The relationship, they function as a chain of command, as a chain of communication, as a carrier of responsibility. Okay, so there is a chain of command is there. So who will command? Who will give authority? Okay, who will give direction? Okay, who should follow the directions? There is a chain. There is a command, chain of command. So one will give command, the other one will accept the command. Okay, take up the direction. Okay, so that's why they say in the line authority you will have a chain of command, and you will also have a channel of communication. Okay, so one will be telling, okay, and you have a channel, you have a medium, and of course there is a responsibility. Okay, So one who gives commands, he is responsible person. Okay, this is seen in line authority, but in the staff authority, that is entirely advisory role. Okay, you give advice, you give your opinions. The people, the managers, the staff managers, no, they give the staff opinions. Okay, they represent the feelings and the problems of the staff as a whole. Okay, so staff authority, they also recommend consultation, because without consulting with the staff authority, the line managers should not simply execute, or simply should have a plan, should have a policy, or should have a rule. Always the line authorities should have a consultation with the staff authority, because see, they are the ones, the staff authority, they represent the whole employees, the organization, the organization members, because they have to consult, because they will have to express the opinion, what the employees feel, what the workers feel. Because without knowing what the employees feel, then if they simply give a rule, if they simply ask you to follow it, then there will be a chaos, there will be a confrontation, and problem will be there, and the productivity will be affected. So staff authority is a concurring authority. Okay, so it is a concurrence. It is like a giving consent. So that's why the line authority, should always consult with the staff authority. So there is always a conflict between these line managers and staff managers. Okay, so line managers, they think that their power is encroached. So their power is taken away. Their power is taken by their staff managers. Okay, they feel, it's a apprehension, this is a misunderstanding. Okay, they think that their authority is diluted. Okay, they think, no, see, I'm the line manager, I'm totally responsible for my activity. Okay, why should I dilute? Why should I consult? Do I not have the power to say? Do I not have the power to ask them to do? Do I not have power to give directions? I'm not responsible for my activities. Okay, so this is the question. These line managers, they ask, and lack of responsibility. They think, because they also think, say both are responsible. Both staff managers are responsible. And there are also a lot of confusions, theoretical misunderstandings, and apprehensions of staff managers. They think resistance to new ideas. So they in a way, though, they misunderstand the line managers they are not ready to accept new ideas, because staff managers, they always represent the employees as a whole. Okay, the group of people, okay, who he is responding, who he is representing. Okay, so they say that this is a old type of business. So they want to do something new. When they say a new idea, the line managers are not ready to listen to us. This is a big problem to the staff managers. A lack of proper use of staff, and the line managers, they are not ready to use the staff members' opinion. Okay, staff members' consultation. They are not ready to involve the staff members in the decision making, or in the consultation, or in the thought process. And lack of proper authority. Staff authority, they feel that they do not have authority, because they have only simply the consultation process, the conciliation power. Okay, they, without having a proper authority, we are always submissive to the line managers. So this is a misunderstanding, a problem on the side of staff managers. They think in this way. So nature of line staff relationship, there is a lack of demarcation between line and staff. So there should be a clear understanding between these two group of people. Okay, so two divergent backgrounds. Okay, so how to achieve harmony between line and staff managers? Okay, so how to make a peaceful harmony? Because these two people, they misrepresent and they misunderstand each other. Okay, one is thinking that these line managers, they think that they have full authority, and staff managers, they think that they do not have authority. So when these dual people have a different role, different thought process, and how to make them, okay, how to bring them into a common consensus. So staff people should be involved right from the initial stages of planning of an activity, rather than when the problem becomes critical. Okay, see, you take them, you involve them from the beginning itself, from the initial stage itself, in the first stage itself of planning itself. Now, so what happens now when the staff know, majority of the people, they they are not ready to accept what the line managers say. Okay, they are not ready to take up a new business or new extension. Then there is a problem. When the problem comes, then line managers invite staff authorities and they try to solve the issues. And that time, no, the staff manager will not cooperate, will not coordinate. Okay, that's why. So the staff, people, they expect from the beginning of planning, they should be involved and invited. Okay, the next lesson, emerging trends in corporate structure. So corporate structure, see, nowadays you don't think like a big, organization. Once upon a time, the hierarchy was traditional. It is like a pyramid, okay, coming from the top management till the low level. But now you have to think, different level. The trend, the emerging trend is new. Okay, see, it still plays a major role. Some authors suggest that organization design in the future will be characterized by 4 basic differences from today's pyramid-oriented structures and will exhibit. Okay, so a less number of management levels should be there. Accuracy and porous departments, so you should be flexible. Okay, organizations of the future will accept flexibility, systems decoupled from the structure. Okay, so this is the stance in the when you are thinking about a new structure in the corporate level. So a new thinking should be there. Okay, because here you have to think about not dividing the resources but sharing the resources. Okay, so there also you should also have a strategy. Okay, you should not always think about the hierarchical structure. Rather, you should always think about informal organization and culture, and the technologies, latest technologies coming everywhere. Okay, the business is changing, change is changeless. So technology should be enabled, and people should be taught. People should also have a training to use the latest technology, because business, otherwise you will not have any place, because every day, every now and then, new technology comes. The world business is ruined away. So one has to be careful. That's why you see, if you take time to take a decision from the top level to bottom level, it's a long process. So you cannot you cannot involve people, you cannot take decision, immediate decision you cannot take, you cannot use the resources, you cannot use the talented people. Okay, so the technology is a latest technology is creating a great impact on the business, on the survival of the business. So when you have such a problem, you cannot you cannot expect that our business will be always successful. Any business now should have to change the structure, should have to change the design. Okay, so mechanistic structure versus organic structures. Okay, see, this is a difference between mechanic and organic structures. So mechanic tasks highly specialized, little regard paid to clarifying the relationship between task and organization objectives. Organic structure tasks are more interdependent, emphasis on relevance of task and organization objectives. Mechanic tasks tend to remain rigidly defined unless shared formally by top management. So you should go to the next level. You should be an organic. Tasks are continually adjusted, redefined through interaction of organization members, because every now and then something is changing. Okay, if you take time mechanist level, it will take a lot of time. That's why see, the corporate structure should change. So you have a difference here. We have prepared this table that will be helpful for you for your exam preparation. And impact of technology. So the technology, why the technology is important. The authors John Woodward, he gives the 3 technologies, and James Thompson, he gives the approach. that long linked technology, mediating technology, how and why and when and what type of technology we should have, and how we should have a structure to implement the technology in each unit. So they all give their approaches. And the next lesson, formal and informal organization. Okay, see, you have this, see, Chester Bernard. So he is defining the formal organization. Suppose they ask you a definition, you have to be careful. A system of consciously coordinated activities or forces of two or more persons. Okay, so that's what the definition of formal organization. A formal organization is built around with the four key pillars. So there you will find division of labor. Okay, the work will be divided. Scalar and functional process. You will have a scalar of chain. You will have a chain of command. Okay, who is the boss? Who is the subordinate? And who is the next subordinate? Who is the next supervisor? Okay, so you will have a chain of command. Okay, who is the authority? Who is the subordinate? Who is the authority? Who is the subordinate? Okay, you will have a chain of command there, and you will also have a hierarchical structure. Okay, like manager, general manager, a department manager, okay, departmental head, zonal head, okay, assistant, associate, okay, all you will have a clear and a hierarchical structure. Okay, you will have a protocol. No, you have to go through this structure. You cannot you cannot straight away you can ask, or represent your problems, or you can represent your opinions, climbing up and following not following the structure. Okay, you jump from one structure to another structure, that you cannot follow. You have a protocol and span of control, the span of management, how many people you can keep them under control. All those things will be there in the formal organization, because a manager can control how many he can control. He can control 8 people or 10 people. Okay, then under 8, those 8 people, how many they can have under their control. So how many people you can manage, monitor, supervise, give directions. Okay, those things, those things are found in the formal organization. Informal organization, that is different. Okay, see, you have you have on your own, the people. Still some of the vital gaps in the formal organization. And in the formal organization, you may not have people people's freedom to say anything. Okay, people to perform. But in the informal side, you have a lot of ideas you can get. A manager can build favorable relations with informal leaders in several ways. Okay, you can consult the leaders and seek their advice on technical matters or human relation problems. Okay, you can request their assistance and cooperation. Okay, so informally you can get help, get the help and support from the people. Okay, if you get formally, sometime it will take time, and you will have a rigidity. But in the informal wise, will always have a solution. You will always have a better coordination. So both the structure is important. So difference between the formal and informal organization. Okay. So origin. Okay, the reason and circumstances of origin of both formal.
I can't you hear, sir?
Create informal structure. Activities in the formal organization, see, they are formalized. Okay, everything is well defined. But in the formal, the informal organization, there are no specific activities. Okay, they arise from time to time as a result of interaction and sentiments of the individual. Okay, they change. You don't have defined activities. Structure, the formal organization, you have a structure, hierarchical structure, pyramid shaped, bureaucratic in structure and well-defined positions. Okay, so there you have a rigid delineation of roles and superior subordinate relationship. Everything is mentioned in the structure, but in the informal, you don't have a boss there, you don't have a leader there. Okay, and in the membership, 1 minute, let me switch off my alarm. Okay. And in the membership in the formal organization, every individual belongs to one work group only and works under one superior. Okay, you belong to one department, you cannot go to another department. Suppose you are in a production department, you are answerable to your production head. Okay. But in the informal group, one can be a member in many groups. Okay, one can relate with other groups. That's possible. Orientation, the formal organization, values, goals, and tasks are dominantly economic and technical. Okay, they are all concerned with the orientation of profitability of the organization, efficiency, survival, growth of the organization. Okay, but in the informal organization, the values, goals, tasks are dominantly psychosocial, setting around individual and group satisfaction, your friendship. And norms of behavior, there is a rule. Okay, in the formal organization, you have to follow certain rules. There is a code of conduct, code of discipline is there. But in the informal organization, you will not have such type of strict behavior, strict rules and regulations. Now I will go to the next PowerPoint presentation. Unit 3 is over. Now unit 4.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can you give me example of formal and informal organization to categorize these things, sir, please?
See, formal organization, as you see in all the hierarchical structure, no, you see in any business organization, you have a manager, no? You have a manager, okay? Suppose, suppose I give an example of the college, okay? A college. Okay,
Okay, sir.
where a formal structure is there, all the employees, staff members. You have an assistant professor. Then you have associate professor. And all these professors know for all, you have department wise professors. Okay, management, there is a department. Commerce, there is a department. Okay, in the department, there is a head of the department. Okay, these heads know they have to follow. They come under these heads. They come under principal. Okay, and also you have a vice principal. Then you have a chairman. Okay, or the head of the institution. You have a structure, no formal structure, no. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You understood, no? Can I go to the unit 4?
Yes, sir.
Informal, you don't have like that. Okay, you may have friends, no. See, from one department to another department, you will be very close friends with the other department. Okay, from science department, suppose I say, and you have now in the group, no, you are all having an informal group, no, WhatsApp group. That's not a formal group, no.
Sir.
Before starting the class, you asked for some help, from somebody else, how should I get some PowerPoint presentations? Do you have any WhatsApp group? Can I please add me in the WhatsApp group? This is not the Pondicherry University does not say no. They did not give any instructions, no. They did not create any WhatsApp group, no. Am I correct?
True, sir. True.
You yourselves created, no. You yourself formed, no. Am I correct? You yourself asking doubt in the group, WhatsApp group. This is informal. So you ask, when did you register? Did you register in the exam? Do you have any study material? Do you have any questions? You are asking in the group. Okay, is it possible to come and write exam here? Do we have twinning center? Is it possible to write exam in UAE? Some people are asking questions. Some people are giving some solutions. This is totally informal, no? Am I correct? You can also give this example.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Got it. Very good. So now we are going to unit 4. So this is regarding communication. This is one of the important questions. Okay, you can get to know question from this unit 4, especially from communication. Communication is an important topic. All of you know. Okay, so definition. So major topics, no. Under major topics, I always tell you that you should memorize. You have to memorize some definitions. Okay, when the definition given by whom, the author also, if you are able to get the name of the author, that is also well and good. Okay, because definition should always come with the author's name. So memorize under major headings, at least for one subject, at least you must memorize for each unit, no, 2 definitions. So 5 units, 10 definitions you must have. And if you're not getting that question, you can use it also in the part B. And even if you are not getting in the part B, sometime that related question will be found in the case study. You can also use the definition. Based on this definition given by the author, we can also come to a conclusion. Okay, that you can say. So the communication is freely, the term communication is freely used by everyone. It is one of the most frequently discussed subjects. Okay, the characteristics of communication. Okay, communication is a two-way process. Okay, all these things because orders, instructions are directed or communicated downwards, while suggestions, complaints, grievances are communicated upwards. Okay, so this is not only involves giving ideas but also receiving. Okay, suppose one person, this is a two-way process, no? So I was talking to you and you also asked me a question. Though we were in the online mode, especially in the online platform, no, so many people ask questions, no, the last classes and all. Since we are running short of time and I have to complete the portion, I am going with a little fast. But even then, you are able to stop me and ask me, no. And when you have understood, then I am going to the next point. Okay, until you receive, until you understand, the communication is not finished. It's a two-way process. So no business organization can exist without communication. There is always a problem, no, when there is a miscommunication. Okay, when there is a communication gap in the family or in the organization, there is always a problem. People know, they don't know, sometimes they don't communicate. They stop with themselves or they share the information with some people only so there is a communicator, that sender. Okay, sender, what does he do? Is encoding the message. Okay, is creating the message. Okay, then actually the message is created, you are sending the
Sir, I can't hear, sir.
Jivi, Jivita, Jiva,
We
Jiva.
lost you, sir.
Rajiv, can you hear sir talking?
No, I can't.
Rajiv, one doubt.
Tell me, please, ma.
For communication, if there is two authors definition, should we write both the definition or only one?
I think it communication between two parties, right? So I think it would be good if you can explain between both. Otherwise, it will be single communication, right? Communication is until you don't pass your ideas or information to others, it is not completed. So complete the information and share to others. That means you are completing the communication, right?
So we can write both, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have class now?
Yes, Prashant.
So we have class now, right?
Yes.
Uh, staff teacher is not available.
Yeah, teacher's not available.
Some connectivity issues.
Rajiv,
Yes, ma.
I have one more doubt. Previous class, ma'am told about color pens. Is there any what I want to know is like whether we can use pink color?
Don't use any color, ma. Blue and black is fine for you. If you're using both, I can. That will be fine.
That is fine, but ma'am has told we can use color pens if we want. So I asked in that case.
If you remember, the another sir was telling if you use only blue and black, right? So I think that will be fine.
Okay.
So about case study, we can see it in YouTube. Like I have not attended the case study class.
Repeat the question.
For case study, the class is over, right?
Yes.
Okay, can we find it in YouTube?
Yes, you can find.
Okay.
Guys, what is going on right now?
Is it Anju talking?
Tell. Tell her that. Tell. Tell. Tell.
Yeah, Anta?
Anyone can tell me about the internal, which is 25 marks. Um I think it is mandatory to give the internal. There is no second chance for the internal. Is it true? And
Yes, yes, Angit, yes, it is. You don't have another choice to attend internals. You can attend only once.
man, there is not a concern with the examination because this time I don't have so much time, so I am giving 2 3 exams. So I applied for the
No,
first 2 exam and I
Angit,
fill the examination fees
yes,
also. But I have
okay,
give the
Angit.
all the internal exam, na ma'am.
Yes, Ankit, I understand. Why? If you are writing at least one exam also, it is no problem. But internals, you must attend all. It is compulsory.
There is not concern with the examination fees also because I paid only 550 for the 2 exam. Internal,
It's
there is
not
no
like no
fees for
problem.
the internal, no.
No, no. For
Okay.
internals, they will, what to tell, they will intimate after the exam only. But it is compulsory.
Whether you give exam or not, that is not connected to the exam, no.
No, no, Ankit, it is not connected.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Internal exam will be online or offline?
Who is talking?
Online. Second exam is online.
Yes, repeat the question.
Internal exam will be online or offline?
Internal will be online. Samir,
Yes, ma'am.
internal, will you get me? Internal will be online.
Okay,
Multiple
thank you,
choice
ma'am.
question.
Ma'am, why did you leave the class?
Yes, Sanju, repeat it.
Right now, why did you leave the class?
Can't get your voice breaking. Sanju?
Hello, dear students. I have been taking class. I missed. Hello, I have been talking.
Hi,
Then
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The call.
in the presentation mode, no. So since I have been teaching communication, no, that's why I wanted to ask you. So I'm now and then I'm checking you. I'm checking your. That's why I'm always asking questions so that I know that I am with you. Okay. All of a sudden the connection is lost. Since I did not get any response from you, then I came back once again to the the classroom mode and found out it is I lost my connection. Okay. Now I'm with you. No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
don't.
sir.
Audible, sir. Audible.
Okay, I don't know where I have stopped. Maybe I will come back once again to the PowerPoint presentation.
Sir, communication process.
Communication process, sir.
See,
Sir,
the communication,
block
the problem has
diagram
happened,
was
no?
block
Yes, yes,
diagram
yes.
was there, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh my God.
Gokula, mute it, please.
Now, is my voice audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, brother.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay.
Audible, sir.
So, okay. Okay, so we have very short time now. We have 2:40 now. I have got only 20 minutes. I have to make it fast. Okay, these things types of communication. You can also go through my PowerPoint. All important points I have kept in the PowerPoint. Okay, so two types of communication and formal and informal communication. This you have been with me, no? When I was sharing this information, downward, upward, horizontal.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, my God, I have been talking. I thought, no, you were with me. Since I did not get any response, I was doubtful. That's why I went back. Okay, see, downward, no, from the top level to bottom level. Upward level from the bottom level to top level. Horizontal between the equal level. Okay, the communication shared, no, these three levels, three types. Why the communication is given in these three levels? To give instructions, to create a better understanding. These are the barriers to communication. This was I was talking. Okay, this you know it. You are all very clever people. Ineffective expression, the expression is not clear. Accurate translation is not found. Then you are not able to attentive. When you miss the attention, then you will also miss the message. Okay, the loss in transmission. This was when I was taking class, no, this loss in transmission. When I was giving you an example, no, I was telling you, whenever I take class, whenever I used to ask questions to you, so that I come to know that I am in the class with you. So when I did not get response, I went back. Okay, because of the point. So we should be thankful also to this point, loss in transmission. Okay, and sometimes vague and unclarified assumption, not clear, inadequate adjustment, distrust. If you don't trust people, no, you will not say anything. Do you know it? Okay, some people you may not trust, no, they will leak the information. So and some also fearful. So that's why people will not if they look at the stage, if they stand in the before the people, big audience, they will not be, for them it is not easy to communicate. You have stage fear, no, most of the people will have stage fear, no, when they look at the audience. They would have prepared well. Some people will have exam phobia. They will study well, prepare well, but in the exam, no, in the beginning, by looking at the question paper, no, they will get some fear. But afterwards, no, they will slowly they become normal. Yes, these are some barriers to communication. How we can make the communication
Sir,
effective?
what is meaning for value, sir? Value.
What is it?
Meaning for value and unclarified assumption. Value.
And vague, no,
And
vague.
yes, sir.
Vague means not clear. Okay, simply speaking
Okay,
in
sir.
abstract. Okay, vague. Vague means not
Okay.
clear. Okay. Sometimes this is a noise. No, suppose there is a noise. Will you be able to understand? Suppose there is always some sound comes when I talk to you. The communication is a barrier. No, sometimes distance. Okay, see, if you are learning in the offline mode, it will be more comfortable. No, though you find okay convenient for you to learn through online mode, but if you learn in the offline mode, if you learn directly face to face, it will be more convenient, no? Communication,
Yes.
communication. No, always no. There is a distance also a problem. Time also problem. Now no, I have to finish it on time. No, within 20 minutes I have to complete the portion. No, then impression. So you have some impression. The impression not clear. These are all barriers. How you can make communication effective? The clarity of thoughts, it should be very clear. Some people say it very clearly, one by one, logically, systematically. If you give like that, people will be able to understand. Attach importance to actions rather than words. So some people know, the managers used to say, I'm always user friendly, I'm always good to the people, I'm always concerned about the employees development, they say. But no, the manager does not give any increment. Okay, manager is always finding fault with the employees. If it is so, because your actions your action says you say something, but your action is different. So both should go hand in hand. Okay, only then people will listen to you. Okay, then you have to take the people participation. You have to transmit the information. Simply you keep the information and keep the channel always alive. Okay, the medium. Okay, because now see, just 10 minutes ago we got we have lost the channel. Okay, so we had to come back. So cordial card, I'm connected, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm connected. Okay, cordial superior subordinate relationship. Effective communication requires good quality of relationship between people immediately connected with each other. Okay, so when you have a good relationship, you have a good communication. And this is the next topic, creativity and innovation. So management concepts, creativity is always important. Okay, when you are in the organization, what do you mean by creativity? Creativity and innovation. So you have to think always new, something new. Okay, you break the barriers, you break the mental stiffness or stuckness, come out of the normal thinking. That's what something new. Okay, that's what we call creativity. You create something new. Innovation is entirely new. Okay, the creativity process, how you can create something new. Because in the business, business is changing, change is changes. People mentality is changing, people taste is changing, people taste is changing. Okay, so once upon a time we did not use PowerPoint. Nowadays we have to use PowerPoints. Okay, in the last class I did not use PowerPoint. I used only the material, study material, because I did not have time. And people immediately told me, the next class we want PowerPoint. Then we have prepared the PowerPoint, and the students are very happy. Okay, so you have to accommodate. You have to go to the new level of living, new level of thinking, new level of acting. That's why creativity is everywhere. Creativity is important. If you don't have creativity, if you don't have anything, any process to think something new, then you will not have any place to live. Ultimately, you lose your life in the organization, or your organization will not have sustainability. Okay, so what is the process? You have to start with the idea generation. Then you have to different types of thinking. Ask them to think totally new. Preparation, and you develop the idea. That is what called innovation. Then elimination. Sometimes you get new ideas all of a sudden when you are sleeping. When you are sleeping, sometime when you go for sleeping, sometime when you are very tired in the morning. Okay, we are waking up, but you are not actually waking up. You got a new thought. Immediately you have to write those thoughts. Okay, even when you are sleeping, the sleeping process, a dream will come, or you may get some element thoughts. You have to immediately note down those thoughts. That will be very useful for you. That's why these music directors like A.R. Rahman and the other directors when they are sleeping, okay, in the sleeping mode, or when they sometimes they go somewhere else, they get a new thought. All of a sudden they note down the points, they note down the musical notes, and that is entirely different, and there's something new. So always we have to listen to our mind, listen to our thinking, listen to our conscious mind. And afterwards the new ideas should be verified, and you must try the possibility of applying. So this is what the creativity process. So So climate for organizational creativity. So if you are expecting something new in the organization, you want to encourage creativity, always you should be ready to accept changes. You should not say no, oh, this is what we have been doing for 20 years, 10 years, we don't want to make changes, it will be a failure. You should not say like that. You have to accept changes, and you have to accept, encourage new ideas. When people come and say new ideas, you should accept. What will happen? No, you will always say no, 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 not necessary, what you are giving trouble, oh, this is not at all possible. You should not, as a organization manager, because you are studying management concepts, you should always know, welcome and encourage new ideas. Tolerate failure, yes, of course. When you are trying to apply the new ideas, you will also have failures. Okay, like our Thomson, no, Thomas Alva Edison, no, he 1,000 times he failed to find out the bulbs, find out electricity. Okay, so there will be thousands times failures, but you should go on trying. You should never stop trying. And freedom to achieve. People must have freedom, autonomy. Okay, you should not always impose restrictions everywhere. Okay, you should give them freedom. Only then, from their point of view, they'll be able to think, and you will have solutions. And you don't give them freedom, and they will not think. Only freedom allows you to think creatively, innovatively. And of course, people who come out with new ideas, no, you should give them recognition. You should give them appreciation. So this organizational creativity, innovation, this is the way you have to create the atmosphere situation. Only then the employees will have a conducive atmosphere of coming out with new ideas and new products or services. That's why the Swiggy people know they don't have anything. They don't have hotels. Okay, they don't have two-wheelers. They don't have people. Okay, but they are running the business. Simply the software. Okay, they connect everywhere. Okay, ultimately a new thought. Likewise, the Uber, Ola. Okay, they don't have cars, they don't have drivers. Okay, but with the software they are able to connect everybody and they run the business. Okay, so ultimately always you have to think creatively, innovatively. And entrepreneurship, this is entrepreneurship means this is very much important. Okay, one who is thinking creatively, innovatively, something new which no one has tried. This is what called entrepreneurship. But managership means you are simply coordinating whatever is available in the organization. Okay, with whatever resources, human resources and all the other resources, you are coordinating, you are implementing. Okay, you are leading the group, leading the people, guiding the people, directing the people. That is what called managership. But entrepreneurship is nothing, is something that involves creating something new. This is what so you have to create entrepreneurial managers in the organization. Okay, so now fifth unit. The fifth unit, you have a management styles and approaches. Okay, so unique features of Japanese management. Okay, Japan management system, it has three levels of attention and overall focus, general strategies and specific techniques. So these three levels of attention. So always Japanese management will have a holistic understanding, a thorough focus. Okay, and they will also have a general strategy, general techniques. Strategy means general techniques and specific techniques. Okay, so general, they also have general objectives and they also have specific objectives. Okay, with these three levels they achieve, because after the Second World War, Japan, the country, Japan, they were able to manage, they were able to come up well. Okay, they were able to compete with all the people and they are really successful. So that strategies, they give lifetime employment. They give they for them, they have a philosophy, organizational philosophy. Okay, it is their organization, it will make them the Japanese management they have this philosophy, organizational philosophy, that the organization is belonging to them. Okay, all of them, the organization is theirs. Okay, the intensive socialization, they will have a collaboration, they will have a friendship, they will have affiliation. Okay, affiliation with all the people. They will interact and interact with the people. So they have a conducive atmosphere. So in such a way, no, they will make the organization glorious and successful. And for them, no job security is there, lifetime employment. They do well and they get rewards. Okay, slowly they are promoted. So these are the strategies, no, the Japanese management use. Okay, these are techniques they have. Okay, Japanese management, job rotation. Okay, so all people will have the chance to learn all types of jobs. Slow promotion. Okay, promotion not immediately given, slow promotion based on their rewards and performances. And then complex appraisal system, they also have a performance appraisal system. How do they perform? And emphasis on work groups. Okay, how maximum emphasis on the bottom level people, because they are the majority. Okay, they are the one who contribute very much for the growth of the organization. So there will be always an emphasis on work groups, and communication will always be open, transparent, and consensus decision making. Always they will collaborate with all the people, all the levels. So decision making is not simply taken from the top level, but it is a multi-criteria decision making, multi-level consensus decision making. So concern, always there is always a concern for the employee. These are the techniques the Japanese management they use, and I have prepared this table. The Japanese management, how do they follow? Okay, what are the styles, characteristics they follow? And what is the US management? This also I have taken from this table. I have taken from the study material and I have put it in the PowerPoint. This you can read. In what way the Japanese management and US management they differ. Okay, Japanese management, simply some points to reflect. Okay, long-term orientation, but US management short-term orientation. The Japanese management, they have collective decision making. Okay, Japanese management is comparing to US management. It is good and well informed, is modern and is democratic. Okay, make people to think, make people to participate. Here in the US management, you see individual decision making. Few people are involved in decision making, but you see in the
Sir,
Japanese management,
excuse me, sir, is this important question?
important questions. Okay. So see the first unit, let us see the management. Let me stop the sharing.
Could you share this PPT with us?
Yes, I will share all the PPT. When the class is over, I will share the PPT in a group. Okay, all the PPTs once again I will share. Okay, then I already told you 25 marks you will get through internal. The internal questions also will be easy. That is an online. Okay, the questions are given to MCQ questions, and within half an hour I think they will give you time to respond. And you have the open book system, you have the material with you, book with you, and you can quickly look into it, refer, and you can give the answers. So 25 marks they are already available with you as internal. Remaining 75 marks you will have a question, you have an exam semester pattern. Okay, there's important questions for in the first unit. See functions of management, levels of management, the skills, managerial skills, all important topics you can take. So this week you can also look into the question banks. Okay, first 4 questions always in the section A and section B. First 4 questions will be from management concepts, another 4 will be from organization behavior. And you have a planning. Okay, they will have steps in planning. They may ask characteristics of planning. Okay, on planning there will be 100% you will be having a question. And MBO 100% I say, from MBO you will have a question. MBO. So planning I said, then managerial skills I said, functions of management I said. Okay, then decision making, of course, decision making. Okay, from the decision making, what are the techniques of decision making, characteristics of decision making, or types of decision making. From decision making you may have question. Organization, what are the types of organization? Formal, the difference between formal organization, informal organization, types of organization, and what do you mean by delegation and decentralization? That also. we may have. And line and staff relationship we have discussed, no? What is the difference between line and staff relationship? And this one, formal and informal organization, I already told you. Communication, 100% you will get one question. Okay, define communication. Grapevine communication, that is what called informal communication, grapevine. Okay, you get information from your colleagues or from some people. Okay, hearsay communication. The characteristics of communication or importance of communication or barriers to communication. Okay, this question from communication, you will get one question. And creativity and innovation. Okay, creativity and innovation, 100% I say you will get one question. Then management style or benchmarking and fixing a standard. Okay, that's lesson 5.3. From benchmarking you may have one question. It's a systematic method by which organization can measure themselves against the best industry practices. Benchmarking is the search for best practices that will lead to superior performance. Benchmarking helps a company learn its strengths and weaknesses and those of other industrial leaders and incorporate the best practices into its own operations. That is what benchmarking. From benchmarking, you may get one question. So I'm winding up the class. I think you'll be able to do well. Okay. So first semester exam. So I wish you all the best. Write clearly. Okay. Only when you finish one part, you move to the next part. Okay. Without finishing one part, one section, you don't go to the next section. Okay. Write the question number clearly. Make always titles. Okay. Use the subtitles and use bulleted points. Okay. So present clearly. That's what from my side. So I wish you success in your first semester examinations. Prepare well, do well. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God
Thank
bless.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
When we will have the internals? Anyone knows?
After your exam is over, you will get internals.
Yeah, but they haven't set the date, right?
Yes, after the exam module, they will implement it in mail.
They didn't inform anything about the internal exam. Some teachers said that after the external, they will inform us.
So, dear students, as it is the last
Good
class,
afternoon, sir.
good afternoon. I thought of presenting all of you something which is very essential for all of you in the end of the MBA programs. You are all expected to prepare a dissertation report, and with this dissertation report, you would complete the MBA programs, and that the dissertation report requires your original thoughts, original words, and original ideas, which will be examined by examiners, and so therefore you are expected to give much emphasis on the quality of the report, your project report or dissertation. So a dissertation is a book-sized manuscript describing the original research performed to earn the degree. Because all of you are trying to submit the dissertation just for not completing the academic assignment, but to learn and know how an independent research project can be done or can be executed. Because it includes originality and substantiality. Originality, that means your dissertation should provide some novel, very creative, unique hypothesis or evidence to support it or to validate it or to reject it. So, and at the same time, while you are certainly cannot capture all the research theories that you undertake, like that, your dissertation should fully cover. Just a minute. So, your dissertation should fully cover the key findings you have made during your work. As you know, because when a student of MBA submits a project report is evaluated because it is done by using a research methods. So by using research methods, so a student, whatever may be the research problem student is identifying, that is getting tested.
Excuse me, sir.
Research methods. So therefore, you may ask a question: how long would be a dissertation report or a project report?
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, today is the last class, so would request you to just touch the topics which are important from the examination point of view.
That is what I'm telling you. These are the last class, especially. The whole idea is that you'll get a question on the dissertation, how long it will be a dissertation. This is the thing. Okay. So let me tell you what are the topics I'm covering. Just a minute. Research report, structure and components of research report, types of report, characteristics of good research report, picture, graphs, introduction to spaces. These are things I'm going to cover. Okay. And in the last class, I explained your factor analysis, content analysis, multi-factor, etc. Yeah. So I'm in the last unit today. Clear, Ravi Rai?
Okay, sir.
All right. So please see the syllabus.
Aishwarya madam, can you please mute?
Because this is primarily a student project report. So in this report, you may do a report by a maximum of 100 pages, and because you cannot create your own research methods, research theories, because mostly it happens in case of the PhD work. Many scholars develop their own theories through experimentation or through diagnosis, etc. But as a master's project report, you are expected to refer to the theories, drawing the ideas of theories, and analyzing theories, finding the gaps in the theories, finding the advantage, disadvantage of theories. So this is the way you can do it, and you don't get into the complex research methods. Perhaps simple research methods should be fine for you, though you are expected to know all the research methods, but when you may not use complex research methods if it does not demand. If it demands to use the complex research method, advanced research methods, you are expected to use. Otherwise, not necessary. And this proves your ability to analyze, think critically about the topic of your choice. Because generally, when a project is evaluated in Pondicherry University, the selection of the topic, there will be a criteria for mark. Am I right? And interpretation, analysis. So your project report is divided into 3 or 4 parts. So that means when an examiner when an examiner examines your report or evaluates a report, examiner is expected to evaluate the report from 3 dimensions. So therefore, how do you select the topic? But what is expected that you are expected to select a topic on the basis of the research problem. Because always you try to, either if you work in a company, in your own company, you may have some sales problem, marketing problem, HR problem, supply chain problem, or maybe a governance problem like a system problem, or maybe related to positioning, branding, etc., etc. So you may identify some problems of your organization and try to make a study during your project work. And when you submit a project report, you make 3 copies, 1 copy to Pondicherry University, 1 copy you keep, 1 copy you submit to your own organization, let your seniors or your boss read your thesis, report, and understand it, and you also explain. I have studied the underlying problems of our organization, and these are the findings. Dissertation structure or project structure, because this is a part of your last unit. If your question on what are the structure of the dissertation and what is review of literature, like that. So when you try to prepare a dissertation report or project report, you are expected to you should not write abstract in the beginning, though abstract is there in the as a first page of your report. Abstract means executive summary or your preface. You may say preface or executive summary or abstract or a note, a brief note. You may also write. That means if somebody does not have the time to read the complete work, studies, going through all pages, so a reader can read the abstract and can infer or can comprehend what is there in the report. Especially abstract includes statement of the problem, objective of the research, methods of research, analysis, brief analysis, and major findings and suggestions. These are the things you need to include. Okay. And then you first you start with introduction. When you go for introduction of your project report, so if you try to introduce, what do you mean by introduction? For example, when you introduce yourself to your friend or to any unknown person, or in a program or in an event, when you are expected to uh, be introduced by someone or you introduce yourself, you try to present yourself, you present your achievements. Always you present your presentation about you is done in such a way that all of your achievements will be presented. This is the way your persona will be introduced, your personality will be presented, and you will be at the upper hand. So especially as far the research is concerned, in the introduction, most of the significant points, significance of the research will be introduced there. The topic will introduce how interesting the topic is, how important the topic is, how significant the topic is, and why topic is so important in our study. That will be introduced. And with the introduction, what is expected that you need to provide some statistical data. Statistical data. With the statistical data, you statistical data provide preliminary background information that puts your research in context and clarity the focus of study. So introduction will be done in such a way that problems will be properly clarified, and the problems will be introduced, problem will be clarified. What is the reason? What are the reasons of the problem, and what are the historical events of the problems? How the problem got evolved of the research? All will be presented in the introduction. So, because, for example, you may say there is a downfall of 20% of the sale, and 20% fall of the sale of any product which is reported consistently. That means there is a research problem. Why the fall of the sale of 20% is not decreasing? Why it has been constant, or why it remains to be constant? So if it is constant, then you need to investigate, diagnose what are the reasons for which this problem occurs. So therefore, then once your introduction is over, what you are expected to do, you are expected to go to study the research program, because literature is more important. As I told you, this is a student research report. This is not a PhD thesis research report. Even in the PhD thesis report, they also do very extensive review. As far as your MBA project report is concerned, or when you do the review, what do you mean by review? That means you are going to overview the views. You are going to review the views, overview the views given by earlier researchers, earlier authors, earlier theorists. Am I right? So you are going to, for example, if you take the example of branding, positioning, marketing, sales promotions, merchandising, public relation, or any of the 4 Ps or 8 Ps, whatever you may try to make a study, what is expected that you need to go to the literature. So mostly there are different types of literature. One, you can get published published journals, because now you can get thousands and thousands of the journals in the worldwide published by academic institutions, premier academic institutions worldwide. And because journal is the platform in which a researcher publishes their creative, innovative, novel research study. Therein they reflect the new knowledge. They present the new knowledge through the research, new knowledge, new invention of knowledge, new solution to the technology. Because research is not restricted only to the management. Research is there in anthropology, sociology, political science. And as all of you know, management is such a subject which is interdisciplinary in nature, which is connected with the subjects belonging to liberal arts, humanities, social sciences, and some of the sciences subjects. So therefore, you may not only review the research papers published in management-related journals. It may be published in some other journals also. Yeah. So when you review it, especially, as far as dissertation, your project report is concerned, I expect you to review only 10 to 15 research papers, and you review them. Maybe current research paper, you need not go to the old research paper. You maybe last 2 3 years of a research paper, selected one, 10 15, belonging to different countries studies, because when a research paper is published, it is published with some empirical research studies on a particular product, particular site, particular department, particular organization, particular race, particular group of customers. So studies conducted like that. So you need to collect them now. Thanks to internet, you just write your keywords and key concepts, key jargons. Immediately, you will get hundreds of the research related research papers that you need to select them, pick them up. Uh, which research papers are relevant to your study, and which research paper can be can be can be understood by you, can be managed by you, because this is a very short period of time. I tell you about 2 to 3 months time, which will be given to you, and during which you need to collect data, you need to write, analyze it, you need to understand the problem. You have to go to the field, interact with the customers or community or respondents belonging to organization, employees, etc. etc. So that means you need 10 15 days time for data collection, and 10 15 days time to develop questionnaire, then go for data collection, collect the data, then tabulation. After tabulation, then you can um, check the normal distribution. You can use SPSS and etc. Clear? So just a minute. Let me see. I have SPSS. SPSS. Statistics. I don't think so. I have SPSS. Okay. So, but I'll show you something. The system has. So literature review helps you um, understand the concept, understand the problem, to what extent the problem has been studied, to what extent the problem, which are the methods used for studying the research problems of your topic. So it is not about concept, you will also understand the methods used. You can use similar methods, because methods which are used to study a particular problem, you may use some other method, but you may use some methods already used. So once the literature review is over, that means you will be in a position to identify what are more studies to be conducted by you. Because you need to do a study, or the study will be conducted by any student, must be very different, very novel, and it must not be matching with the earlier studies completely, because it is a continuation, it is a derivation from the earlier studies, but that doesn't mean that it is a carbon copy of the earlier studies. Yeah. So at the same time, once you identify the research gap, then you prepare a small research conceptual gap. If you develop a conceptual gap, perhaps there you can identify, explain the variables which are dependent variable, which are independent variable. Because variable is one which varies. Am I right? Or you may use independent dependent variable. You may not use multivariate technique like regression, but your responsibility is to classify the variable into dependent and independent. If you classify them in dependent and independent, then subsequently what happened? Subsequently Preparing the question will be easy. Whether you may go for, as I told you, nominal type of questions, ordinal type of questions, interval type of questions, ratio type of questions. So mostly, nominal and ordinal questions will be prepared, and interval questions, ratio questions also will be prepared. So if you uh, do the review of literature by referring to 15 to 20 research papers from the different journals related to the subject of the study, related to the statement of the problem. So that means it becomes extremely easy on your part to uh, to to collect the data. At the same time, you are not expected to develop a questionnaire, because generally, what is the common mistake students of MBA they do? They try to uh, uh, develop a questionnaire, design a questionnaire, but they are not supposed to design a questionnaire, because designing a questionnaire itself is a study. Clear? So therefore, you may refer to some of the earlier questions which was used for the similar type of study, either in Indian cases or cases of overseas. So you may refer to the questionnaire, make some alterations depending on your research problems and the research hypothesis and objectives. Then you can use it as a research instrument. Because research instrument is an instrument, as I told you earlier, it captures the data correctly, so that your precision of the data collection will be correct. Because always we try to ensure that there will be no sample error, there will be less mean error, standard error, population error, response error. So we try to minimize the error by using right methods. So if you use the right methods, right statistics, the statistical tool research methods, perhaps the errors will be minimized. As you know, if there will be more errors, that means the authenticity or the dexterity or efficacy, especially the efficacy of research, will be questioned. Your conclusion, your inferences will not be accepted. Your recommendation will not be accepted. Why it will not be accepted? Because it involves many errors. So there are methods. So research methods, methodology stands for a detailed descriptions of your research methods. So as you know, there are two types of different research methods which I told you earlier. One is called the qualitative methods, we call it quantitative methods. So the qualitative method and quantitative methods, because as you know, in the methodology there must be a chapter. In the chapter, you need to write why methodology is so important for a study. As you know, any research study is done, it must be done by using certain proven methods. Because if it is not done with the proven methods, because the findings will not be acceptable, because it is a scientific study. It is always a scientific study. When it is a scientific study, so it must be done with the analysis, experimentation, diagnosis, trial and error. So then only, you need to present the methods, and if you need to validate the methods, because methods which are used earlier, you also need to present it. Yeah. So then, once your method is used, I may add one more. I may add one more chapter here, that is called the study side, or we may write area study. This is a chapter. For example, if you want to make a study on ITC, if you want to make a study on Tata product, you may want to Reliance product, or you may you want to study on a startup. So the chapter will be dedicated to a startup company, about the historical background, the profile of the company, and the genesis of the company, and who is the visionary of the company, who is the mentor of the company, etc., and what is the present market share or balance sheet, cost performance, sales report, etc. You need to present in the chapter. Yeah. So once this chapter is very, very important in the sense as like literature review, this chapter is also important because in the literature review you try to understand different theoretical gaps, conceptual gaps, or to what extent the study has been conducted under which circumstances. But as far as this chapter is concerned, or this chapter is concerned, where you can understand actually what is the specific problem to the company or to the product. Because in the literature, you could try to understand the general problem or problems which are associated with the similar cases in the organization. But in the area of the chapter, there you can understand specific problem of the study from the data, from the descriptions, because maybe the organization. You take the example of today, the Bombay Dime. So it is a company which has a huge leadership crisis. Uh, you know, um, so for the long time. Similarly, the Ramones, which has also a leadership style, Singhania company. So if you Gautam Singhania is the now there is a dispute between father and son. So because that affects the company's market share and the stock exchange sales, quality of the product, because when the company owner or the mentor of the company or the CMT company, there is a family dispute, so then worker will feel insecure. They will start leaving the organizations, and they will not concentrate properly on the work. So that will affect the production quantity, quality of the product, and the company may not be able to meet the targets. So therefore, this is also a key problem. Many of the family-owned businesses, which they don't last long. You will see the organization because if you take the example of Tata or ITC or L&T, similar in many companies, they have a consortium. They have there is a board of directors, so there is a market share. Sorry, the so accordingly they, because nobody claims to be the sole proprietary or sole owner of the company. So people, organizations, they invest in the companies. You take the example today, Oberoi Group. Oberoi Group, Reliance has invested almost 35% on the Oberoi Group. So that means what? The owner of the Oberoi Group, who passed away on the go, he knows that in future the successful leaders may not have interest in the family business. So they smartly, what they do, they try to impute the fundings from other companies, stock exchange funding other companies, so that the brand will continue. So these are the some of the problem you need to identify, as I have told you in many cases. So area paper will be extremely helpful to you to do so. Then additional results, because key findings as results, the subsequently you go for data interpretation, data analysis and interpretation. There, you are supposed to analyze secondary data and primary data, because secondary data, just like that, you don't present. Use some statistical tools to infer the data and to summarize the data, to analyze the data. So you need to use some statistical tools, starting as I told you, so measures of certain tendency, correlation, measures of dispersion, and multivariate techniques like regression. You can use pattern analysis, cluster analysis, and nowadays structural equation modeling. So you can use it because all statistical tool. Because that doesn't mean that we know statistical method. If that one a particular statistical method is required to be used, you are expected to use. You should not use just for the sake of using it. So once you start using the statistical methods, and that you need to mention in the methodology, by using that, especially nowadays, statistical package for social science research (SPSS), which is extensively used to um, analyze the data. So you need not break your head. You can just enter the data on the spreadsheet of the SPSS spreadsheet, and there are certain commands which you can use it. If you use these commands, and you can get the data. I can explain you if the time permits some of the SPSS. I may not know whether SPSS is there in my computer or not. So just a minute. If it is available, I will show you actually. Just a minute. So anyway, I'll try to present it because the spaces which I don't have in my system, which got deleted after formatting. So I didn't know it. So I'll otherwise you can also download a free version. It's just like Excel, and you go to analyze and like that. All data are there. You have to transfer the data. Just select the command and submit. It will process and reproduce the data results. Conclusions, because once your data analysis is over, you need to logically arrange the results. First, you present the descriptive statistics, especially the frequency statistics come descriptive statistics, especially you can also present the graphs, different graphs like pie chart, histogram, bar chart, or line chart. Different charts, graphs are there. You can use. Even graphically also you can present your data, and from the graphs also you can understand the trend of the data and problem of the data of the issue, how data is useful for analyzing it. And similarly in the line chart, you can use it for increasing and decreasing of the trend of the sales or etc. And in the pie chart you can use it for the market share, or you can use histogram. You also can use the yearly or monthly or quarterly or decade growth, like that. You can use the graph, especially a graph can also be used. You can use uh, frequency table. Frequency table is nothing but about percentage distribution of the respondents on different parameters. You can also use measures of central tendency, especially mean, and measures of distribution, especially standard deviation. You can use mostly mean and standard deviation. These are the two methods which are used. The measures of central tendency and measures of dispersion. And from the measures of central tendency, you use mean just to get the average score of the respondents. And statistics is all about a number. How a researcher or how does a statistician take a decision from a number. Only one a correlation is 0.50. It explains that 50% correlated. If the correlation is more than 5%, means no, 0.565, you understand that the relationship is moderately stronger. So like that, one number can help you to infer to understand the rest of the problem of the study. So once your graphical presentation, frequency presentation, descriptive presentation is over, then from there you can use the test of hypothesis by using nominal hypothetical statistics and that is called the parametric hypothetical statistics, non-parametrical hypothetical statistics. As I know, parametric means you can use t-test, ANOVA test, z-test, and you can use F test. There you can use more choices of the chi-square test, phi test, grammar test, Mann-Whitney test, prime band rank test, etc., etc. These are essential because all tests are available. So which test you are supposed to take for your hypothesis, that your guide will guide you properly, because you always you need to take the help of a supervisor in your locality or in your city where you are residing at present, or where you are attending the tuning programs. So if you attend a tuning program, you can request an assistant professor to help you out to complete the work, and you can acknowledge the professor who helps you in completing work. Then you go for a conclusion, because conclusion we do, generally we try to conclude how does this particular piece of research add value to the study or create new knowledge, new theories, new dimensions, new directions in understanding the research problems, and how it will be in the future, and given all circumstances, how does the just a minute. Like that. So then you need not stop yourself from the conclusions, because that is the last chapter, which called the future research, or the last paragraph in the conclusion. You may write how the study will be showing the light to the future uh, uh, future researchers. So how it will be helpful to future researchers, how the future researchers will take guidance from the research, and like that. So then we will go move to because one of the most commonly used structures in dissertation is, as I told you, abstract, introduction, literature review, methodology, key findings, additional results that I have already explained you. And in the methodology especially, what is expected is methodology stands for a detailed description of your research methods. This includes an overview of research participants, who will be your participant, who will be your respondents, how these respondents should be selected, what sampling methods will be used, and what will be the sample size, what will be the sample frame, sample unit, like that. So which will be the data collection area, what is the timing of the data collection, who will collect the data. Either you collect data through scheduled method, or you may try to get the collected data through some other agencies, and instruments of data. I told you data analysis here. But there are certain key points that you are expected to know and understand, as I have already told you earlier, which method you are going to, quantitative method or qualitative methods, or both. Mostly, you need to use both the methods, because otherwise, you cannot start doing quantitative methods from the beginning. You may use the qualitative methods from the beginning, understanding, exploring, like that, and having an interaction with the key respondents, etc. then you have to mention why you have chosen these methods. If you have chosen these methods, why you have chosen the methods? I have chosen the methods, you have to logically present. But these methods were chosen, you may write for this following reason, because it was used earlier for this type of problems, or this method has many advantages rather than disadvantages, many strengths rather than many weaknesses, because each method has limitations. Because if you read about statistical methods, yeah, you know, qualitative methods have advantages than quantitative methods in some cases. Similarly, quantitative methods have advantages among than qualitative methods in certain cases. But if you take the positive points, the strong points of both the methods, perhaps we call them mixed method. So then your questionnaire will be uh, clear, questions should be clear, questionnaire will be robust, and your data issues will be clear. You will need not require to manipulate the data, tampering the data, because data tampering, which is unethical, for some time researcher is permitted to tame the data, control the data. Reason is because sometimes data will be very much erratic. You may not know how to control the data. So how you analyze the data, and because in the methodology that will be also represented how how do you collect the data at the primary sources or secondary sources, and how do you go to the office, how do you go to the organization. The entire process must be presented in the research methods. That is the essential part. And how long does it take to write a dissertation? That it depends on you. Mostly in the last semester of the MBA program, the dissertation is prepared. At the same time, when you, for example, if you work in a consulting agency, because consulting agencies, they do research studies extensively. Because there is a time bound. Research is all about time bound. If it is not studied or is not submitted, then there is no point of for doing a research. Research is only conducted to study a particular problem during a particular time. If the problem is not could not may not be studied in a particular time, then there is no point of making a study. Once the problem is a problem would disappear, or problem would be out of control. The problem would be out of control. The problem will have different manifestations, different forms. You don't know which form you are going to study. So therefore, by then, there must be too much of work must have been done. Too much water must have flown. So therefore, how to choose a good dissertation topic, that is very very important, because sometimes examiners would not go to the topic, but go to the text, go to the chapters, and examiner by virtue of his or her experiences, so they can draw the impression on the quality of the work from the topic selected by the scholar. The topic must be very contemporary. The topic must be related to policy and planning, and the topic must be very broad-based, universally accepted. Must be a problem all pervasive. So, or it is a problem which is very much hidden, unable to be uh, be brought out to the limelight. What is the hardest part of the dissertation you are also supposed to study? Because as I understand, the hardest part of dissertation is the review of literature. Because if you make review of literature very systematically, so I'm sure you will understand the research problem very clearly. What are some common dissertation defense questions? Because when you complete your research report, you submit it, there will be some viva, because in distance education it does not happen. But a regular mode, a student is expected to defend the research study done by him or her. What is the key significance of research that one has to present? You may get a question: how can a project report be defended by a student? So these are the points. What is the key significance of research? Did you bridge any research gaps with your work? What limitation did you encounter during your research? How did you address them? Why did you use the method X for your research? That means independent variable. Considering your key findings, what would you what you recommend next? How can your findings be put into practice? How would you relate your findings to other research done in the field? Because these are the points. How your research will be very essential for the future research. How your study will attract future researchers. How your study will be accepted by the policy making body or decision making body, because you we don't do the research only for getting a degree or recognition or appreciation. We we do research that will be used, that will be read, that will be understood, and that must resolve, that may create, that may invite, sorry, that may bring out many problems, many solutions, or that may facilitate decision maker take decisions quickly. So research project is not is about a number of pages with a covering cover, because it is some, there are many things which are there in the report. A right person to read the report correctly, the findings and suggestion correctly, implement which are feasible, possible practically. So then the research objective will be fulfilled. Otherwise, there is no point of doing research except getting a degree. Yeah. Now let me complete.
Hello, sir.
You want to know from you if there are any doubts. Anyone? You know the question patterns? There are three sections. One is called the short type and the long type, and last one is a case study. Case studies is all about 20 marks. This is all about the, I think it is all about the 30, 20, 50. No, this is all about, just a minute, 50 marks. Yes. This is 50 marks, 5 questions, 10 mark each. Last one is 2070, and then the first 5 you have to attend, that is called the 30 marks. Each question carries 6 marks. Okay? So, do you have anything, any of the doubts to be clarified? Because this is the way I can try to help you out. Anything to be discussed. Now you are open.
Sir, especially for the fourth unit, we have more topics and n number of problems are there. Can you give any important?
Just a minute. Let me see the syllabus.
Also, sir, can you share the PPTs?
Yes, that I'll do. So you just email me. I'll
So
share all this PPT with you.
can you tell your mail ID, sir?
My email ID is just I'm writing in the chat box.
Okay, sure.
Just a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, I cannot write. What? Is it disabled? I can write. Oh, I cannot write.
It is only enabled in meeting host, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
then you just write Sampad, SAMPAD.
SAMPAD.
PAD, D for Delhi.
Yes, yes, yes. I've done that.
SWAIN.
SWAIM.
At gmail dot at pondiuni.ac.in. At pondiuni.ac.in.
At the rate pondiuni.
Uni.ac.in. Just a minute.
Hi, sir.
So can I confirm once? It's SAMPAD SWAIN at the rate pondiuni.ac.in. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir.
So,
Thank you, sir.
somebody asked, Arun Kumar, I think, asked about the fourth unit. Correlation, regression, analysis of variance, partial and multiple correlation, pattern analysis, content analysis, multivariate evaluation. Because this is I have already discussed with you about correlation, regression, ANOVA, analysis of variance, and factor analysis. Also, I discussed about principal component analysis, PCA. So orthogonal factor analysis, unorthogonal factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, I have discussed with you. Factor analysis is all about data reductions, and because factor analysis you can only use the data is collected in a scale. That is called the ordinal scale. So if you use a 5-point scale or 7-point scale or 10-point scale, so if you enter this data in a SPSS spreadsheet, and there is a command, you go to analyze, go to data reduction, then you go for factor analysis. In the factor analysis, you will get the dialog box. In the dialog box, you will need to apply the command. Mostly any study you do, first you need to know the mean and standard deviation of the data. So if you know the mean and standard deviation of data, that is fundamental. If you know little statistics, because if you want to calculate correlation, regression, anything, it starts from mean and standard deviation. Then you can extract the data for correlation, regression, etc. by using the equations. So therefore, as far as factor analysis is concerned, you need to use the measures of central tendency, and after that you go for that is called KMO Bartlett Sparities test, that is called sample adequacy test. Then you go for commonality test, because commonality data, commonality means how a particular item is related to another particular item, so that will be presented there. Then you go for that is called eigenvalue. That eigenvalue is all about what percentage of the responses your question has captured from a respondent. You have asked a question, so did that question capture 100% responses or 60%? Mostly eigenvalue presence is about 62 to 70%, sometimes 72% responses. So that is quite acceptable. Then you go for the unrooted factor matrix. Then you can get the factor loadings, and in the factor loadings you will see items which are homogeneous. They will be related by iterations, and if less is the iteration, the more would be the accuracy. And then you form a group, homogeneous group, give the common title, common factor analysis title, and subsequently then you go for the next one is called the script plot. You can go for script plot. Script plot explains about the factor loading, factor relationship, factor this thing. And then you can go for the reliability test. Reliability is always about Cronbach alpha, inter-item coefficient correlation among the variables. So you can use the reliability test. So you need to read a lot for writing this particular paper, because majority of you have joined this program while working. A majority of you must be working now, but you get some time during a busy schedule, and either in the weekend or the holidays. So you read some of the books extensively, because the advantage is that you are all experienced. So you understanding any of the things from the book, it becomes easy. So you make a self-study. So if you make a self-study as per the syllabus, there will be absolutely no problem in understanding. If once you understand, subsequently writing answer or appearing answer is not a difficult things. It becomes very easy. So prepare a short note with points as per the syllabus from the different books, and keep that notebook with you, notes with you for preparing for examination. Because at the time of examinations, you are not supposed to refer to any books, because if you read one book, you feel you are in the ocean, in the middle of the ocean. You will not know how to come to the shore. But if you use the notebooks, that means what? You are in the shore. So you can very much safe, and you can write the answer correctly. At least you know how the ability of writing, you can properly explain it. So I expect all of you that to prepare notes for all the subjects, highlights of the note, highlights of the highlight of the questions or highlight of the contents or concepts, so that it becomes very easy on your part to prepare for examinations, and it becomes very easy to understand, comprehend, infer, particular concepts or particular paradigms. So this, if you don't have any other things or doubts, we can conclude it with good luck to all of you for your examinations. My good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you to everyone.
So, guys, all the best for your exam.
Is everyone attending exam? Is there anyone who is writing exam in next semester?